Hello, chat. Hello. Wow, that's how I talk. I'm sending stream announcement. Audio test. Wow, so cool. Okay, so the Domino High Tournament came and went. Miho Nosaka won. Welcome to Miho Joe. Yu-Gi-Oh! Alt History. So we're in a completely different timeline. Um, After the Domino High tournament, Miho Nosaka as the winner was awarded with a special extra prize in addition to the money. This prize was supplied by the museum, which is why Harrison and Wainwright were at the school. It's also why Shoddy tracked the tournament down and competed, because Shoddy was hoping to win this item as well. This item was the Millennium Puzzle. Miho was given the puzzle, and eventually was able to solve it. And within the puzzle, she found the spirit of an ancient Egyptian queen. With that queen, Yami Miho, as we're calling her for now, a card came with her, bound to her spirit, so that her card has not been released yet, but it came with her. She has it. Shoddy, however, has not been able to really confront Miho because he's been very preoccupied with something else. After Diesel Kane beat him, he stole one of Shoddy's Millennium items. Shoddy had the Millennium Scale and the Millennium Key. Diesel stole the Millennium Key. Now, that key held the spirit of Shada, who Yami Shoddy, aka Yami Shoddy, and that spirit has sort of vanished and been replaced with a new spirit that has sort of been taken from the darkness in Diesel Kane's brain. So much so that all the energy keeping souls bound together collapsed. So, Yami Miho and Miho, two separate bodies. Yami Kane, Diesel Kane, two separate bodies. Johnny also had the spirit that was in his Millennium Scale freed, Bobasa. So that all three of them have the spirits from their Millennium items freed. And Yami Shadi has been basically consumed by the darkness of Yami Kane. He's gone. Fast forward, new cards have been released. Domino City is throwing a tournament bigger than the Domino High tournament. And there were sign-up sheets, qualifications. Residents of the city were all allowed to compete. People who did well in the Domino High tournament were allowed to compete. Bendon the Clown and Solomon Muto as shop owners compete. Jean-Claude Magnum, the famous actor, is a special celebrity guest because he was in town and enjoys Duel Monsters. There are some criminals who forged resumes for themselves into competing, like Jira the Joragumo. And the seeding is completely based on the first tournament. So that's really the only dual monsters tournament that's happened in this area at all was the one at the school. So that's how seeding was decided was school first, and then from there it was basically about just status and politicking. Nothing real or genuine. They didn't really know what to do about the dual spirit, the not the dual spirits, but the spirits of the Millennium items because, that's sort of unprecedented, but they're like, what is this other Miho and this other Diesel Kane doing here? The first duel, I moved the I moved the avatars. I gotta go find those again. They're right here. First duel's Miho, and Shotaro. There we go. And Shotaro is one of the criminals I was talking about. The low seeds are generally the criminals. They were able to force their way into the tournament. They were giving high seeding. They were given the lowest seeding. Shotaro is a watch thief, I believe. Yes, yes, he's the watch thief. Which I guess, he's after Miko's watch from the picture. So that kind of works out. Maybe he's just here for watches and not the dueling. He has a machine deck, whereas Miho just has an updated version of her old deck. As you can see, these are pretty much all cards that she had in her first deck as well. Really good hand. Ginzo, number 7. What is this? It's an equip spell that, wait, why is it oh, it's the one that decreases every, okay. Right, germ infection. So that will slowly, ooh, and paralyzing. Why'd you paralyze him as well? You could have paralyzed the other one. So yeah, these cards are surrounded against making non-machine monsters weaker. Now Neo loses 300 every turn and gets paralyzed by paralyzing potion. Steel Scorpion is kind of the same thing, where it destroys something that's not a machine. It's just all based on making non-machine cards worse and weaker. Dark Elf, though, that's a new card. And one that will absolutely just win the duel on its own. Made quick work of Shotaru, but there's a reason Miho's the champion. Definitely a bad seed for Shotaro. I'm not sure what his ace is. Maybe, you know what? His ace is Time Wizard, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. His ace is definitely Time Wizard. Which could actually, do some damage to her. Oh my god, she got Mirror Force. Okay, paralyzing potion on Dark Elf is good. She, however, has a second Dark Elf. She's doing a lot of burn to herself to make these attacks. So if you could get something to weaken that Dark Elf, that would be huge. Guess not, that's fine. She has a lot of good monsters on the field. Jinzo number 7 is not doing much. Last time Steel Scorpion didn't really get a chance to get its effect off. Looks like it'll be the same this time too, unless he can draw Time Wizard. That's not Time Wizard. Yeah, just another Steel Scorpion. Does nothing. Okay, so Miho showing why she's the champ, and why some random watch thief off the street cannot really compete with that. Next up is Suzoji versus Kurita. Now, Suzoji was not invited to this tournament, but um, who? What's his name? The guy. Yeah, the zombie guy. Look, it's been a while since I did the last one. Tomoya was invited, but Suzoji was not, and Suzoji convinced Tomoya to give him his spot, which is kind of messed up. But Suzoji has improved his deck a lot since the last time. He has made it, he still has a bunch of fusions, but he's made them more concentrated. He's also added a bunch of spell cards to his deck. Pretty much everyone has realized how important spell cards are after that last tournament and how badly anyone without spell cards did. So, a lot of updates have been made in decks. Decks are better in general. People are understanding the game better. Karita's deck is still just strong. So I don't know. I think my money would be in Karita here. Two of the lower seeded people from the first tournament, but still. I think they both have a chance. That activates the Witch of the Black Forest effect. And his ace is Musician King now. Or actually, I guess his ace would be Guilty of the D-Knight. And he also still has Fusionist, of course. How could he not? Because that was his ace in the last time. He, 3 Witch of Blood Black Forests is the strategy right now. Which Witch of the Black Forest is, of course, for Musician King with Lady of Faith. That's a Dragon Capture Jar, not very useful against this guy. Hane is annoying, but easily killed. As you can, he does have cards. He has Stimpack, D-Spell, 7 tools. He's just drawing mostly monsters. And double Hane Hane. Those are good to get out of the way right now when it's not as devastating. Good for Suzoji. Building up a huge arsenal of cards if he can get Protector of the Throne and Polly. That would be huge for Guiltia. Ooh, Reaper of the Cards for Kurita. And Yami. Okay, that's big. That's very bad for... Ooh, Lady of Faith. Wait, that's useless now because all three witches are in the graveyard. At that point, that's just deck cleaning. He's summoned one of the Hoshinkins and threw the other one away, which I think is funny. I guess because the others are fusion cards, but Lady of Faith isn't. Not anymore, at least. Yeah, no, he's okay. He gets rid of the Petite Angel, but not the other ones. Interesting. So Suzoji's deck still isn't great. It's better, but it still isn't great, clearly. He could get one of his fusions out, it would be good, but against that Reaper of the Cards, he can't really do much. Paralyzing Potion, that's huge. That locks Protector of the Cards into place. Meaning he can have time to summon Guiltia or something. Never mind! That is Kurita's Ace, Inferno Hammer. Which is a really tough thing to get over, especially with Yami on the field. Yeah, I don't think Suzoji's beating that. Guardian the Labyrinth goes down. Even if he gets Polly and summons Guiltia, doesn't really do much. Pot of Greed is nice. Magic Jammer doesn't do much. Not now. He would need another Paralyzing Potion or something like that. There's Polly. A little too late. He has the fusion, but it just won't do anything. Whoa, don't you... Oh, oh, oh. What is wrong? Okay, they're not very good at... What? I've never seen so many cards wasted at once. That was a chain of 4 wasted cards with a discard. So 5 wasted cards. One of them was Polly, which Suzoji had a fusion in his hand for. Ooh, negate attack is good. Why would you have thrown away Polly for that? I like that, not negating the attack to make the arm ninja take damage and then using negate attack. That's good, at least. D-spell is huge for Yami. Never mind. That's an actual Magic Jammer use. Actual good use of Magic Jammer. Lady of Faith gets the kill there. Why did you summon that in attack mode? I don't know. Just to die? Like, what are you doing? There's Trapmaster. Classic. And that was Suzoji's last turn. Maybe next game he could get one of his fusions out. He still really hasn't had a lot of luck with that. Now, Stimpack is a very strong card. 700 attack is very good at this point in the game. And that was a huge waste of tribute to the dude. Also wasting Drapple. There's the Stimpack. It's getting Magic Jammed, which gets rid of Reaper of the cards. The Zoji's getting rid of some good cards from his opponent. He does not attack. That's going to be a flip effect. Yep, Hane. Should have attacked. You know how his deck is. I guess it could have been a Wall of Illusion, but... You know. Now you attack with Lady of Faith. Okay. There's Witch of the Black Forest. Trap Hole to get rid of the attack boost. Karita's bricking. He's got nothing. Wow, he's really got nothing. He might have his boss monster in his hand. So the Black Forest and Lady of Faith go in. This would be a great time to draw Polly. You have literally all three of your fusions. I see them. Which is kind of crazy. Paralyzing Potion is really, really good. If Karita doesn't draw something fast, he's gone. This is his last chance. He did draw something. If that is Wall of Illusion, he may lose. Remove Trap could be big. They're not going in. That's a bad play. They should definitely be fighting. Okay, Castle Walls, I guess, could be good. You should be playing more aggressive. Yeah, it's just an armed ninja. Oh, that's why you should have been playing aggressive. You can't let him get that out with the equip with Yami. That's why he wasn't playing anything. At least you do have Paralyzing Potion. I'll give you that. Just search another witch. But now how do you get over it, is the question. The answer is I don't really know how you get over that. Oh, there goes Paralyzing Potion. Very good play on the part of Karita. That gets rid of your one way to stop Inferno Hammer. Inferno Hammer gets rid of the buff immediately. Brings Lady of Faith back into face down position. Stimpack could be nice. That could be the way to get over it if you get a little more lucky draws. You need to draw Polly and maybe a second Stimpack. Ooh, losing Castle Walls. It's kind of rough. That would have been good life point damage. Especially when Trapmaster wants to attack. Castle Walls could have been big. Could have won you the game even. You still can win by Trapmaster takes too much reckless damage. It's possible. Seven Tools is gone. And now there's two Trapmasters to take reckless damage. Karita might lose based on Trapmaster alone. Castle Walls would have for sure won. Ooh, there's Polly. Oh, you don't need it. Which is the Black Force with the stim back, 2000 attack. Easily kills Trapmaster. Or, Guardian of the Labyrinth. That works too. Good job, Suzoji. You don't have to beat over Inferno Hammer if you can do the damage. Alright, run it back. I wouldn't really have flipped that up on my own personally. You know he uses Witch of the Black. Oh, okay. Never mind. That was a good play. I didn't realize you had Inferno Hammer. Immediately, he's gone to every duel. Yet again, Polly would be pretty huge for you, but even then, you would need a stim pack with it. Man-Eater Bug takes out the Witch of the Black Forest. You search Protector of the Throne, which would be great for Polly. Get rid of Remove Trap to Magic Jam. That's good to get that out. That means it's easier to get over Inferno Hammer. I don't think you really will be able to, though. You, again, would have to draw Polly and Stimpack. Because Guilty has 1850 plus 700 would be 2550. That's enough to get over Inferno Hammer. Same with if you did Musician King instead. But you always get rid of all three Witch of the Black Forest immediately. So, which I mean, I get. It's good search. G-Spell is gone, like it matters. Bunch of low-level monsters being protected by Inferno Hammer. And that's a win for Kurita. Okay, so the gym teacher moves on. 2-1. Suzoji did not lie about improving his deck. He definitely improved his deck. To be able to beat Kurita for a round is a huge improvement for him. Next up is Duke Devlin versus Bobassa. Bobassa, the spirit of the Millennium Scale. Duke Devlin, someone from Domino. Duke has gotten a new boss monster as well, I believe. Bobassa now free from the Millennium Scale. I believe has similar intentions to Shoddy. Round up the Millennium items so they can't be used for evil. Shadow Ghoul is Duke Devlin's big new monster. But as you can see, he has a bunch of new cards. Yeah, Shadow Ghoul gets buffed for every monster in your graveyard, which is pretty strong. I hope we see Bobasa's ace in this duel because it's a pretty cool one. Waboku allows him to take no damage. Mindless Radiant, that's a new card. Bunch of new cards in Bobasa's deck. Two Battle Oxes is pretty strong. Shadow Ghoul would have no buffs if it were to be summoned now. Oh, never mind. Mirror Force is huge. That gets rid of Duke's entire field. Oh no. 7 Tools gets rid of Skull Dice, so they don't even get the... These are all beasts. He has an Earth deck. It's like an Earth Beast deck. And it's clearly a strong one because it's beating Duke Devlin's... Never mind. Heart of the Cards moment. Duke Devlin drew Raigeki. Mirror Force versus Raigeki. Now they both have to top deck something good. That is good enough. Can Duke Devlin get anything to beat that? He cannot. Bobasa takes game one. Neither were able to get their big monster out. Hi, Kirill. Hello. On to game two. Bobasa wins game one. Ooh, Armored Zombie's a new card. I like Armored Zombie. Mirror Force just to get rid of Battle Ox, which is fair. That's a good card. I get it. Invigoration is huge. However, Graceful Dice will be able to take it. That was probably a waste of Skull Dice. I would have saved that for next turn. But you do have Graceful Dice. Dragon Zombie. Wait, you're not gonna try to beat it? Why? Okay, well Babasa gets rid of Duke's monster. Yes. Yes, this is the special interest. It they come and go, but right now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. It has been for a bit, yeah. I've been playing a lot of Master Duel, um, like online stuff lately too. Oh, he gets off the Graceful Dice and they crash and Skull Dice. Okay, he wanted to be safe. 7 Tools gets rid of that, so they do end up crashing. Clearing the entire board. But Duke has a Dragon Zombie, which is pretty good in this scenario. Bobas has to beat over that now. And draws nothing. He keeps abusing these dice cards. I guess, you got rid of Magic Jammer. Probably a waste of Magic Jammer. You definitely have the card advantage. Monster Reborn! On to Battle Ox. Bobasa is in the lead again. Never mind, Skull Dice. And they crash! Oh my god. The Skull Dice rolls have been exact. Raigeki, meaning no matter what, Duke Devlin has an out, no matter what Bobasa draws here. Fissure, never mind. Never mind. They're both even again. Armored Zombie gives Duke Devlin the win. Okay. Wow, that was very back and forth. Very close duel. That feels like a rough one to have in round one because these two seem very strong. Bobasa, the 25 seed, Duke Devlin, the number 8 seed, since Bobasa has never competed before. Bobasa is a low seed. But clearly proving that he can hang. Wow, Duke Devlin starts with an extremely powered up armored zombie with 2 Swords of Dark Destruction. Waboku saves Bobasa's monster. Never mind, that is a bad use of Raigeki, dude. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Stop wasting your best cards. Bobasa has to draw Mirror Force. That's his only way out of this. That's one way to draw Mirror Force. That could be it. If I was you, I would not summon the 13th Grave, but I know you will. Never mind, it wasn't Mirror Force. Graceful dice just for good measure, I guess. Considering you would win no matter what. Duke Devlin barely wins out 2-1. Bobasa's boss monster, by the way, is Garnicia Elephantis, which I think is a really cool card. But we did not get to see it because our Duke did real well. I did not expect him to win that, to be honest. I expected Bobasa to win that. Next up is Joey Wheeler versus Mokuba Kaiba. Mokuba, Seto Kaiba's brother, got interested in dual monsters after Seto did, of course. And really his goal is to surpass his brother, which he sees as sort of impossible, but it's a good goal for him to be able to work towards. He loves his brother and would do anything for him. Whereas Joey is working for his sister, trying to get the money for her eye operation. Miho actually offered her money from the Domino High tournament. It wasn't very much money because it's just a high school tournament. This tournament is a lot more money, and maybe enough to pay for that. We'll see. So, brother love versus sister love here. Armored Lizard is Joey's starting card. Joey got a new monster. It is Thousand Dragon, which is his new fusion. Mokuba has a Thunder Dragon deck, actually, where his ace is Thunder Dragon, or not Thunder Dragon, twin-headed Thunder Dragon, and his whole deck is generally Thunder monsters and Thunder support. The only real Thunder duelist right now, Mokuba. He also has Kaminari Attack, I believe it's called, which is the Thunder Fusion, which uses, I think might use this guy in it. Be interesting to see if Mokuba gets any of his big monsters out. His two big fusions. Looks like not this duel though. Yes, that one is definitely used in the fusion. His Mega Thunderball is used in Kaminari Attack. For sure. Mokuba has one turn to draw something useful. That is not going to do it. Thunder Beast will not do it. Or Tripwire Beast, sorry. Tripwire Beast was the one Thunder card in the game until the new packs dropped. And Thunder Dragon dropped. Thunder Dragon was what Mokuba was really excited about. But he didn't draw it. So Joey wins duel 1. Wow, Joey's hand got two big bricks in it, if you think about it. And Mirror Force. Mokuba got his field spell and Blue Wing Crown, which is actually enough to beat over Battle Ox right now. What is the carpet of 112 flowers? What does that mean? I guess Mirror Force is one way to get over it. Mokuba just needs any monster, but he's not getting that, so it looks like Red Eyes will come out. Heavy Storm! Oh, but Magic Jammer, so you really want to keep your mountain. You got rid of your Electro Whip for that. Which I guess is fair, because that's 300 for one monster, 200 for every monster is probably better. He does not summon Red Eyes. Instead, he goes for the massive damage. Still doesn't go for Red Eyes. Which I guess is fair. He wants to spread the damage out, and he always can go for Red Eyes if he needs it in the future. Joey's deck clearly has improved a lot. There's Red Eyes. He wants to get the winning kill with Red Eyes. He wants the animation. Yeah! He just 2-0'd Mokuba, easily. Mokuba never once even drew a Thunder Dragon. He never drew a single Thunder Dragon, wow. Okay. Joey 2-0's him. Next up is Shoddy versus Fujita. One of those red and black flower carpets you'd see nailed to the wall. Interesting, okay. Interesting. Oops, I forgot the pictures. Fix that real quick. Fujita, and the other one is Shoddy. Shoddy did really well in the last tournament, only losing to Diesel Kane at the very end. Shoddy's deck has improved as well. So Fujita is AD stands for assistant director. He's a director of reality shows. And I guess he's trying to make a Duel Monsters show. Some sort of Duel Monsters reality show. He used his high status in the entertainment industry to get a spot in this tournament. And he might be casting here, but it's unknown what his intentions are, just that there's a big director here. Unrelated to John Claude Magnum. Maybe he's here for John Claude Magnum, we don't know. He has Disc Magician and Two-Headed King Rex. I believe Two-Headed King Rex is not yet released. So clearly using his status to get that card. It helps summon his boss monster, which I don't remember what his boss monster is, but he has a boss monster that's some sort of fusion, which I believe involves Two-Headed King Rex. Or maybe it's Blast Juggler and Disc Magician? Yes, he has Cybersaurus. That's what it is. His Blast Juggler and Two-Headed King Rex makes Cybersaurus. So he has like a machine dinosaur deck. That's what it is. With all the new machine cards, there's a few machine decks in this tournament. There's three big ones, I believe, which is this one, which is Machine Dinosaur, Shitaro's, which was Pure Machine, and then I'll show you the other one when we come to it. Sorry, this is. Oh, that's pretty cool, Kirill. That's very cool. Ooh, he gets his boss monster out. Well, yeah, that is his boss monster, isn't it? His new boss monster, King of Yamamakai, which is a pretty big one. Last will into Destroyer Golem. Now, King of Yamamakai is not great on its own, but Shoddy clearly has a very strong deck, so that's fine. He replaced Sandstone, I believe, which is a good decision, of course, since Sandstone kind of sucks. As Two-Headed King Rex is in the game. There was some card that no, you're right, it's not. Because Cybersaurus got released before Two-Headed King Rex. So you couldn't summon it unless you had Two-Headed King Rex. So AD Fujita is the only person who can summon that because he got that card early by pulling some strings. Clearly Pegasus does not mind giving people exclusive cards when they have connections. If AD Fujita can get Two-Headed King Rex. And it beats over King of Yamamakai because of that support. Yami slightly too late because that would have done it. It can be used in that way, however, to get rid of it. That's one way to do it. What's this card? Two Mouth Dark Ruler. Whatever. Lajin! His former boss monster that's sort of been replaced with King of Yamamakai. But Lajin is still extremely strong. What is this? Oh, is this the one? Yeah, germ infection. Yeah, yeah. But that doesn't matter. Too little, too late. Yami buffs it, and Lajin with the kill. Shoddy wins game one. Someday I'll watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Just buried under piles of media. Yeah. Yeah. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Clearly. Um, I still have so much Yu-Gi-Oh! To watch and read and everything, but I've basically watched and read almost all of the original classic Yu-Gi-Oh content. I'm only really missing Yu-Gi-Oh R, which I should get around to Yu-Gi-Oh R. I've been watching a little GX recently, which is very fun show. Oh, I think Disc Magician is part of someone else's fusion. That's maybe where I was confused. Because I feel like there is a fusion with Disc Magician. That sounds familiar. Sword of Deep-Seated gets Ancient Lizard Warrior high enough to defeat the buff Disc Warrior. I actually really like this card, Ancient Lizard Warrior, because for some reason the card art really does it for me. Maybe it's like the Sand Slash comparisons, because that's like my favorite Pokemon. And it just kind of gives me the same vibe where it's all like scaly, slick, has the spikes and the claws. Similar vibe. Wow, that is the most buff European history. That's impossible to get over. Jody needs to draw some of his removal right now. And drawing into Sword of the Deep-Seated next turn is not going to do it for him. Why would you do that? That is the worst play in history. You're gonna have to draw that again now. That's awful. Shoddy, please. I guess we've established he's not great at the card game. That he's mostly a good deck rather than having the gameplay. Okay, now Shoddy has no choice but to top deck something good. Ancient Brain is not something good. You're lucky that Fuji is not drawing any monsters. Now Shoddy wants to take his Millennium Key back from Diesel Kane. He has seen Diesel Kane's, the result of taking the Millennium Key and the spirits being released and sees that as terrifying because not all the spirits, you can have spirits like Yami Kane where they're just made of pure evil. And Shoddy knows of a spirit that already existed like that has now been let out. We'll get to that one later. That's Shoddy's last turn, which brings him to game 3. Kyoto King Rex is a pretty good card. The dinosaurs win. That's cool. I'm not a big video game person in general. I'm like a movie person. Sora's the video game person in our relationship. I just play the same games for the rest of my life, like Master Duel or Isaac. That was a huge tribute to the Doomed. Immediately getting rid of one of his big equips, Invigoration. And Wasteland benefits both of them right now. Waboku saves Destroyer Golem. Oh, I can see Shoddy's hand. Ooh, never mind. Oh, he still uses it. Okay. I thought he was gonna get King of... That was... God, that was such a bad play. In every way. Wow. Shoddy, please. Whatever, he still gets the same end result because he got lucky. He gets his boss monster off, King of Yamamakai. And now Fujita has to top deck something with an spell to beat that, because that's really his only way of getting over that with his deck is equip spells. Ooh, Lajin is huge. That's gonna make that extra hard to beat over. Okay, well, German Faction's pretty bad, but you have another King of Yamamakai, so it doesn't even matter. Yep, exactly. You're just gonna retribute for it and win the duel. Okay. Shoddy moves on, but Fujita put up a damn good fight. Whoa. The next duel's kind of crazy that the seeding worked out this way. It's Yugi versus Yami Kane. I guess Yugi's not as big of a deal in this series, but he's still part of Miho's friend group, and Miho's the main character, so still a big deal. Yami Kane, first time we're seeing him. The first completely original character, but I will say Yami Kane was inspired by, like I said, this series was inspired by Casual Cooper's videos. Um, Yami Kane was inspired by that. Now he never had Yami Kane come to fruition, but watching that made me think that would be so cool. So that's where I got that idea to to make Yami Kane sort of combined with of course how Yami Merrick already works. Yami Merrick is born from the darkness in Merrick, so why not do that with other characters? And because I want to give every Millennium item a spirit, but if there is enough darkness to create a new spirit, it overrides the current spirit and erases it. So that's why Yami Shadi is gone and Yami Kane is here. Now this will be kind of a crazy duel, I feel like. Seeing Yami Kane's deck for the first time against Yugi's deck. We all know Yugi's deck is really good. I'm gonna check who beat him in the first tournament. Because he lost in round 2, I believe. Which is why he's not that high of a seed. It was Shoddy who beat him. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was shocked Shoddy beat him. He has his big fusion in his hand, but he can't summon it. He has to draw Poly here. Part of the cards? No Poly. But that will hold the field unless Yami Kane gets something to beat over it. Gaia the Dragon Champion is 2600, so that's another thing you can do, I guess. I don't know if I would have done that, though. I guess Last Will helps. No, it doesn't, because Dark Elf just beats over that, and you put it in defense mode, so does Komori Dragon. And there's Red Eyes. So Yami Kane's boss monster is actually Black Skull Dragon. So he has Red Eyes, he has Summon Skull, and he has Black Skull Dragon, which is, I think, the strongest card in the game right now. Black Skull Dragon. Yeah, yeah, that's the strongest card in the game. And that is a released card. Because Yami Kane does not come with any special. Oh, Solemn Judgment is huge. Get rid of Mirror Force. That's huge. So yeah, Yami Miho came with an unreleased card because she came from the past, and that was her ace in the past when she would play. Oh, that's why you shouldn't have summoned. That's why you should not have summoned Curse of Dragon. You could have beat over that. Granted, Man-Eater Bug would have got you. Yami Kane wins duel 1. So yeah, Yami Kane just has to work with whatever's released now. So does Yami Miho to an extent, but she gets her ancient ace monster, of course. Immediate Pot of Greed for Yami Kane. Yugi draws Blackland Fire Dragon. He's got a lot of dragons in his hand right now. It gets Man-Eater bugged. Oh, Polly, but we see Yugi's hand. So that's the big boss. That's Black Skull Dragon, the most powerful card in the game. Ultimate Offering is really, really strong. I don't know. I guess you're just using it to protect your life points, but that's not very smart. Not right now, at least. Fissure takes out. Right. Right, because the whole point was you would have killed that first. The strategy was you kill Dragon Zombie, and then you Fissure. Which I guess you couldn't really have. But you had Ultimate Offering, and you could have got out Curse of Dragon. Okay. I'm not crazy. You could have done it. You have Share the Pain as well. Okay. He had a lot of outs, and just didn't use them. Because he wanted to ruin his game with Ultimate Offering. Black Skull Dragon gets the win. A lot of misplays by Yugi there. Yami Kane wins 2-0 easily. Next up is Yami Kane versus Shoddy, which is exactly what Shoddy came here for. That's kind of crazy that the seating worked out that way. Next up is Bakura versus Miyuki. Now Miyuki is Serenity's nurse. Who Joey Wheeler has a crush on. Which is important to note. She's very sweet and has been nothing but nice to Serenity. And she's very upset that the doctor, which is Kikaru Goyo, who is also in this tournament, um, he's very upset that he's demanding more money from Serenity, even after Miho him gave her the prize money from the first tournament. He said that's not enough, and Miyuki thinks it's wrong to deny her treatment, which is part of why they like her so much, because she actually cares about the patients, whereas Kikaru just cares about the money. Tremendous Fire is a new burn card, which is the strongest burn card in the game right now. Wall of Illusion in attack mode is interesting, but I get it. It's 1,000 more burn if you think about it from Bakura's perspective. And that'll help. You got very lucky that she attacked Spirit of the Harp. Now, she has a Winged Beast deck. As you can see, she also has life point gain. As a nurse, she sees life point gain as very good, even though it's not. She loses immediately to a deck way better than hers. But she's also actually competing for Serenity. Because Kikaru is doing the exact opposite. He's competing against Serenity. He wants the prize money for himself and to be able to demand more money from Serenity. Yeah, that guy's a real villain. A lot of these people really care about Serenity as Joey's friend. They've gotten to know her. And genuinely, she has a lot of support right now in this tournament to get the money for her. And she feels bad having everyone want to give up their money for her. By the way, change of heart into Doma the Angel of Silence, his exact combo he gets off getting rid of a huge monster with 2 equip spells, which is deal because she only has 3 copies of that equip spell in her deck. And that's one of her only ways to really get over Doma. Monster Reborn on Blue Winged Crown is pretty huge because even if she gets another mountain now, it's going to buff one of her strongest Winged Beast cards. I don't remember what her ace is. Blue Winged Crown Fusion. I made these decks a little bit ago, so I don't really remember them. Punished Eagle is her ace. It's Blue Winged Crown and Niwatori make Punished Eagle. Bladefly, yeah. Bladefly is interesting. Buffs wind monsters. There's Niwatori. Niwatori, I like this guy. And it looks like Change of Heart Doma is too strong for the nurse. One Tremendous Fire for the road, and using her own monster against her for the win. Bakura easily 2-0s. Next up, Serenity. A lot of talk about Serenity against the celebrity guest, Jean-Claude Magnum. Jean-Claude Magnum, known for his performance in ninja films. Serenity's boss monster, her new boss, is Empress Judge. Wow, it just gets over Mystical Elf pretty bad. Trying to see if I can find Jean-Claude Magnum's deck. He's clearly doing well. Immediately with those battle oxes. Right, his ace is Battle Steer. So his big card is Battle Ox and his ace is Battle Steer. So his thing is basically just big damage. He has Invigoration for Earth monsters as well as Forest. So yeah, Earth monsters, Battle Steer, big damage. Big fun. Prevent Rat's pretty good. I don't know why you'd put that in attack mode. It's a good way to get rid of a good card. And Happy Maiden is one of Serenity's new cards. And she takes Prevent Rat for herself, which doesn't really mean much. Rainbow Flower attacks directly. A lot of new cards released in that in Metal Raiders that are just, this is a really bad card, but it can attack your opponent's life points directly. And I'm like, I don't really get it, but sure. Whatever, I guess. So because of Unhappy Maiden, the battle phase ends immediately, and Serenity gets another turn. So she's of course going to do that again to buy her another turn. And she still has her Mystical Elf Spirit of the Heart stall, but Battle Ox gets over all of them. So she cannot stall long enough to get Empress Judge, unless she draws Pot of Greed here and gets really lucky. Exactly. And this is his boss monster here, Battle Steer. Which right now, why would you do that with the card that can attack directly? Jesus. Battle Steer gets the kill shot. Okay, so Jean-Claude Magnum wants to ruin this girl's dream of getting her eye surgery. But I mean, he's the celebrity guest. He's expected to play well. He has a huge subsection of fans here that came just for him. And he is putting a lot of eyes on dual monsters where there were normally not. So I'm sure this is going to attract international appeal to the card game. Jean-Claude Magnum competing in a tournament. That's crazy to equip Milus Radiant with 2 Invigorations. The strongest Milus Radiant in history. If you can get Himbikime, you can get Empress Judge, which would be huge. 2 Unhappy Maidens is good stall to try to get that. Not gonna lie. And Rainbow Flower to attack directly is actually pretty good here. That was smart. That's a smart way to use Rainbow Flower. Especially with the Milus Radiant buff. No, 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 don't summon Queen's Double. No, you need Queen's Double for Empress Judge. Are you stupid? You need that. Oh, wow. 2 Rainbow Flowers with 1100 each. This is the strongest these 3 cards have ever been. That's crazy. And now they get rid of your one shot. Now, this will defend you against Nightless Radiant, but the 2 Rainbow Flowers can still attack directly. Ooh, Kojikosi. Serenity's got no chance here. Jean-Claude Magnum is genuinely playing this very well. He has weak cards that he's combining in a way to make them very strong. Waboku is another card that protects her turn. She has a lot of those cards that protect her turn. Why'd she not play it? Why didn't you play it at first? Oh, you just lost the duel. You just lost the duel. Graceful Dice doesn't do anything for you. Okay, that was smart. Your first smart play in a while. I'll give you that one. That was good. Now, if you killed them both, that would have been very good. And there's Battle Ox. Rainbow Flower Beatdown goes kind of crazy. Jean-Claude Magnum easily 2-0 Serenity Wheeler. Even with her new boss that she never got to summon. The crowd goes wild. They love Jean-Claude Magnum. They want to see him win the whole tournament. Like, almost the entire crowd wants that. Except for people who know Serenity. Next up is Diesel Kane. Diesel Kane Classic. Versus Jiro the Joragumo. Jiro the Joragumo um, is a criminal who has a spider deck. I believe he has a mechanical spider deck. Oh, sorry, he should be at the Diesel Kane should be at the bottom. I genuinely do think these bots have the longest names possible to make it more annoying to ban them. I do think that is the strategy. Now, that's a huge, amazing hand for Diesel Kane immediately. After the tournament, when he lost to Miho, he was embarrassed and bought a bunch of cards to try to beat over. Wow, he beats Jiragumo. Jiragumo is Jiro's ace. He loves Jiragumo because, he's called the Jiragumo, which is what Jiragumo is based on. Invigoration for it too. So if that happens again, you're fine. Now Jiragumo is immediate 2200 attack, which is amazing, but it does half your life points if you call a coin toss wrong. So it's very much a double-edged sword. He also, of course, has Kumotoko, which the other spider guy had too. Legul is the insect version of attack directly. It doesn't do any damage in this case, however. He does call Tails right. And Diesel Kane has no way of summoning Trihorn Dragon right now. He has to draw something very strong to beat over this. He gets his Dark Titan of Terror, which is good enough to beat something. Which he does use. And he kind of has to hope that Jiragumo lowers his life points enough. Which, it seems to be working pretty well. 1750. Those Legules are going to be pretty easy to beat. Crap Hole, however, might be the end of you. Because that is not enough to beat Jiragumo. Oh no. There's his boss monster, Launcher Spider. He has both Launcher Spider and Jiragumo, which are both very strong cards, and Solemn Judgment would have been a great way to get rid of that. That's a way better way to get rid of that. Trap Hole, but you still lose because of Jiragumo. Even with all that Jiragumo life lost, 750 attack point or life points left. Jiro the Jiragumo wins against, the second strongest guy from the Domino City tournament. Yeah, this is one of the criminals who forged his way into the tournament, too. He has no qualifications as a duelist. At all. And he managed to beat Diesel Kane. So, Diesel Kane is clearly beatable. Maybe he's demotivated after his loss at the last tournament. Ooh, waste of a stim pack for sure. Drawing Soul Exchange is pretty big though. That's a good way to get Trihorn Dragon out on the field if you can get some other monster out there. He has a laser cannon armor for his Kumadoko. No, 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 no. That's a. Why'd you. Okay. Sure. That's okay, I guess. No, I don't like it. Trap Hole and Jiragumo is pretty big. Because Jiragumo was what killed you last time. Dragon Zombie is huge. Now, even if he summons a monster, you can get Trihorn Dragon out. That's what you have to do. There it is. Jiragumo with Invigoration is a perfect target for Trihorn Dragon who doesn't get the doesn't get the coin toss, so 2650. Trihorn Dragon will sack Jiragumo with Soul Exchange. Get rid of all those equip cells. Why go into defense mode? Why? I don't like that. Whatever. It's actually gonna work in your favor. It actually worked out really well for you to be in defense mode, so my bad to doubt you. You know, I should know Diesel Kane knows what he's doing. And Trihorn Dragon with the kill. Diesel Kane has not lost the touch. I think Jiro is just better than we give him credit for. Diesel gets a really strong hand, like a really, really strong hand. That's not a great man-eater bug target, but it gives him the opportunity for a soul exchange into Trihorn Dragon in the near future, which is important, since that's his big way to win duels. Is this exact combo, really? He's been doing a good job of keeping man-eater bugs on the field. Ooh, that's really bad. That ruins the combo. He had no way of. Actually, he did, because that's what happened last duel, so I guess he was preventing that, just in case he had Soul Exchange Trihorn Dragon, which he does. So, clearly very smart. Yep, oh, he's playing well. He saw what happened last duel and was like, I need to counter that, and it's working. Now, Diesel Kane has a counter for everything, so it's not really working that well, but it stopped the big combo. La Jin, however, goes in. And if you summon a monster, you're dead. There it is. That can be soul exchanged. Or Rageki'd. No, soul exchange it. Yep. Huge. You're done. Unless you have something here, you're done. Okay, that'll not do anything for you. That just gets Rageki'd. You lose. No matter what it is, it's Legul, which is even worse. Exact damage, Trihorn Dragon for the kill. There's a reason Diesel Kane made it to the finals last time. Now that was not bad. Jiro did well. 2-1 against Diesel Kane. Not bad. Next up is Tristan Taylor, who is working with Joey and Miho for Serenity. He has a big crush on Miho, and is Joey's best friend. And as a result of these connections, he wants to join them in helping Serenity here against Mr. Periwig, Anton Periwig of the school, who absolutely does not want to help Serenity because he's a dick. He was invited after his deck showed potential. And the school having organized the tournament, I think helped give goodwill to invite Periwig and Karita into this tournament. Domino High showing that they're advocates of the game. They want to support Domino High and keep their teachers in the competitive scene. Well, Periwig's a counselor, but you know what I mean. Now, Tristan has few new boss monsters. He has Lava Battle Guard, Swamp Battle Guard, and his big one, Skull Knight. Yeah, Skull Knight is Tristan's big boss. Um, as you can see, Periwig still has his burn deck, but it's gotten stronger. These are pretty good burn cards. He's gotten, he doesn't need sparks anymore. He's grown past the need for that. Salamandra, his huge equip spell that was really his ace in the past duel, has already been gone, so that's huge. He has a new ace, however, with the new cards that have been released. Let me see if I can find it. Because I don't remember it, because this was a while ago. He got rid of some of the weaker fusions in his deck. Yes. Actually, he doesn't have a new ace. Yes, he does. It's just not a fusion. It's Flame Cerberus is his new ace. Right. Flame Cerberus is his ace. He still has Cherubin and Flame Swordsman. Those two fusions, but he got rid of the rest. He still has his 3 copies of Salamandra. His burn cards are better than before. His deck is in general a lot more streamlined to be stronger, which is huge for him. But Kristen's deck is obviously a lot better because Swamp Battle Guard is just good, clearly. And if he gets both of these off, which he's about to, they're just going to be strong together. Why would you Dark Energy that? I guess it helps it survive a turn better to get your Lava Battle Guard off, which is good. I wouldn't have done that, though. He gets it off. The combo, which is exactly the goal of his deck, really, is to get these guys on the field together. Yeah, so Tristan, after the last tournament, he's gotten pretty into the game and started practicing a lot with, um, Miho and Joey. And they really helped him buff his deck up. Joey was like, "Hey, I couldn't fit these battle guards into my deck. What if you did?" Or I think Joey had one of the battle guards and Tristan had the other, something like that. And Tristan's like, "Oh, these work together. I can put them both in my deck." And then, I mean, once he saw Skull Knight, he was like, "I have to have that. That card's awesome." He finally liked a good card. That's a really bad use of Salamandra. That's one of your best cards, and you use it with Hinotama Soul. Really? M Warrior with 2 legendary swords is what's going to be beating over that, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, and he still has his Carbonella Warrior, which he also got from Joey. I don't think Joey uses that card anymore, but Tristan still uses it. Tristan really likes that one. Ancient Brain, good fodder for Lava Battle Guard. So both of these decks have gotten a lot better, but it seems like Tristan is clearly the better duelist of the two. An M Warrior being stronger than Lava Battle Guard because it has two swords is kind of crazy. That does not beat over M Warrior 2. He does have the fusion, but it would lose his M Warrior's buffs. So it's actually not worth it to use the fusion since it would just nerf his card, which is pretty funny. Alright, Tristan beats Periwig. The Fire Duelist. Oh yeah, that's his deck. Whoops, I put his deck on screen. Ignore that. Alright, next up is Taya versus Johnny Steps. Johnny Steps is a professional DDR player who has been looking to get into another game, Duel Monsters. Whereas Taya is, of course, competing for her best friend Miho. Or sorry, not Miho. She's competing for Serenity. I got Miho in the brain. Can you blame me? Which this is kind of like an anime duel almost. Is Taya versus Johnny Steps, which is kind of funny. Because in the anime it's Yugi versus Johnny Steps, but it's like all about Taya. Taya, one change to her deck is she did get her third copy of Seiryu. So she is able to get that monster more consistently now. Mirror Force is huge to get rid of Muka Muka, which is Johnny Steps has two big cards. He has Muka Muka, which is one of his aces, and he has Musician King, which is his other one. His deck is basically based around drawing as many cards as possible and powering up Muka Muka that way, which is really good if Taya doesn't draw Mirror Force. He also has Metal Morph, which is pretty big. It's able to get Water Omotics to beat over Gyakuten no Megami, which is huge. Like, look at this card. That card's so good at this point. It helps Water Omotics beat over a lot of things that it normally would not be able to. Taya is in a lot of trouble because of Metal Morph. Now, luckily, Johnny Steps keeps making a lot of mistakes. He has his fusion. He has both parts of his fusion on the board. If he just draws a poly, he can get that out. He that's interesting. He tributes Witch of the Black Forest to draw Muka Muka. There's actually some crazy synergies in Johnny Steps' deck to be able to use Horn of Heaven on Witch of the Black Forest to get his boss Muka Muka. Witch of the Black Forest also gets his boss Musician King as part of the fusion. There's a lot going on with this deck that's very interesting. I like this deck a lot, actually. Johnny Steps is a pretty cool deck. She gets her boss monster back, which can beat over both Muka Muka and Water Omotics. I agree, though, going for Water Omotics is definitely more pressing, because that can for sure go over your Gyakuten no Megami, whereas Muka Muka will only tie with it, and if he places cards on the field, that makes it worse. Clearly. Ooh. Oh, that's bad. Oh, what the heck? He had another Metal Morph, and he used it on Spirit of the Heart. Oh no. Oh no. That just barely beats over her boss. She lost. Wow, Johnny Steps is good. He came up with a strategy, man, and he executed it. That's cool. That's a cool deck. I know I made it, but that's a cool deck. I, I, I made this deck, but I didn't expect it to actually work out so well. But in practice, it's pretty cool. I'm happy with that. Taya also has Mystical Elf Spirit of the Harp, like Serenity. The spell does not work on Reverse Trap. Reverse Trap is kind of crazy. She has Magician of Faith to bring back the spell. Stim Pack on Water Omotics. He loves buffing Water Omotics. D-Spell. Oh no. Oh no. The Metal Morph too. D-Spell can get rid of the Stim Pack, but it does not help with the Metal Morph. Waboku gives you a turn to summon Yakuten no Megami and get over Water Omotics. So that you do have an out. And that's the out. Good, letting that do the damage first, then using Waboku. Very good. Metal Morph does its work, but it doesn't mean anything when you can now Gyakuten no Megami with a silver bow and arrow. Very nice. Oh yeah, Taya got rid of her fusions from her deck as well. She realized her fusion kind of sucked. After she refused to summon it in the last tournament, she was like, I don't see why I would ever summon this. I just thought these cards were cute. I'm taking it out of my deck. Which is, good on her. Sangan into Water Omonyx. Sangan is good for searching Muka Muka or Musician King. There's Muka Muka, that's why you don't have to search for it, is because you already had it. Stimpack to take out Gakuten no Megami is very smart. Why would you summon Mass Sorcerer there? I don't know. That was kind of stupid. Mass Sorcerer is good for drawing more cards to power up Muka Muka, but the timing of you summoning it was really bad. Reverse Trap used perfectly, and he gets a card draw out of it. That's crazy. You should have killed Muka Muka after that. You should be buffing your Muka Muka to take out Mystical Elf. Guys. Guys, am I the only one who realizes this? Okay, good play. Never mind. Never mind. Mass Sorcerer helps, but it's not really doing anything for you right now, since you have no way to deal direct damage. Now that was good because you didn't play a card. Now, when you draw, your Muka Muka will be strong enough to beat over Mystical Elf. Why would you do that? Okay, whatever. You get to draw a card with Mass Sorcerer and buff Muka Muka again. That's pretty big. And now you have enough cards that you will stop summoning cards and keep buffing Muka Muka. I'm like trying to coach him over here. Like I feel like he doesn't know what he's doing. But he has like such a good deck that I'm rooting for him. Use Mass Sorcerer, yes, thank you. The buff Muka Muka. There you go. That's how you use that deck. Tag gets 2-0'd by the newcomer to the game, Johnny Steps. Now we have a store owner, a shop owner. Send in the Clown owns a game shop that specializes in dungeon dice monsters and duel monsters. He's going up against Krieger. Krieger's Krieger's food became very popular after the first tournament after he did well, and he was able to open up a shop in town with support from backers. and is now in this tournament as sort of a fan favorite, actually. He has a lot of support. Send in the Clown is, of course, Duke Devlin's dad, who has, as you could guess, a clown deck. So it's clown deck versus a water deck. Krieger does have new boss, which let me check right now. Krieger's new boss is Roaring Ocean Snake and Deep Sea Shark. He has both, but Roaring Ocean Snake is his proper boss. He also has Bottom Dweller, which you can use to summon Deep Sea Shark. And he has 7 colored fish, and he still has Abyss Soldier. So his deck has only gotten stronger, especially after the huge amount of support he's been given. This is Sendin's boss, which is Bickery Box, Cross Clown, Dream Clown. And uses White Magical Hat to get rid of Water Omotics, which is pretty big. Pretty huge to be able to get card advantage like that. To use Bickery Box to destroy a card and White Magical Hat to take a card out of his hand. There's Tainted Wisdom, which can shuffle your deck if you really want to shuffle your deck for whatever reason. That gets rid of Great White, which is pretty big. Sendin's doing really well. As much as Krieger's deck has been buffed, Sendin does have access to very good cards as a card shop owner. He's been basically able to curate whatever deck he wants. Same is true of Solomon Muda. We'll get there when he comes around. And that'll take out the last card in his hand, which was another monster. It was Hyosube. Krieger has no chance. Not this duel, at least. Water Omotics to not take out Tainted Wisdom because of Skull Dice. And Bickery Box gets the win. And that's basically an example of how Sendin's deck operates at max capacity, max potential, I guess is the word. Makes more sense. Hold on. What's with the little bit in the bottom right? Oh, that's from. Oh, interesting. That is from the tournament window. Okay. Because usually I do that on top. I see, I see, I see. That makes sense. I fixed it. So he got his double Abyss Soldier plus Yumi. This is the example of Krieger's deck at work. These two both are very good duelists. He draws anything, gets rid of that with Abyss Soldier. He doesn't even need to. He's just attacking. He doesn't care. He's not afraid. Abyss Soldier for the win. Yeah, they both have very good decks. I do think Krieger's deck is better, to be honest. So I was impressed that Sendin did so well that first duel. But yeah, Krieger's deck was already good the first time. Now it's really good. It went from being a good deck to a really good deck. So I think Krieger has a lot of potential in this tournament. He's getting a lot of extra attention for his business now. His newly opened official restaurant, which has been his dream forever. He was always trying to open that. So the second somebody expressed interest, he jumped on it and did everything he could to make it actually happen. He was very prepared. 7 colored fish is kind of a crazy monster too to have. Yadokaru. So he has a lot of cards about changing from attack to defense position. I don't know why you would ever use this effect though. Like, why would you ever use this? This is so bad. For the man with the ability to get any card he wants, he gets some pretty bad cards just because he likes them, I guess. Krieger wins 2-1. And I think Krieger will be a threat in this tournament. Krieger will be against Johnny Steps, which will be interesting, since those are two pretty good decks. Next up is Tetsu Trudge versus Tetsuo Sasaki. Tetsu Trudge, who sees himself as um the judge of everyone, versus Tetsuo Sasaki, who is a literal criminal. This is perfect for Trudge because he wrong guy. Close. Oh, I have him under Trudge. That's yeah, this is basically his whole deal is he thinks he's in the right all the time and everyone else is like a bad person even though he's just as bad. So him going up against the criminal here is exactly what he wants. He has Robin Goblin, which is crazy because every time he inflicts damage, he gets rid of a card in the opponent's deck. So, as you can see, this is a beast deck. All the beasts are now going to the graveyard because of Robin Goblin. So Trudge, with his new cards, got a lot of cards like that that get rid of your opponent's cards. And as a result, he wants to make it so his opponent can't play cards. Getting rid of all that makes it really tough for him to play the game. As you can see, Trudge has insane card advantage right now. Ooh, Battle Ox is huge. But you can't get over Prevent Rat. Oh, but you have Stop Defense. Oh, hi, Sinclair. That's nice. You're right, I should hydrate. I will, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Stop Defense is a great way to get rid of Prevent Rat. That also gets rid of the last card in his hand, which is another field spell. You think he'd at least set that to not get rid of it. You're like the only streamer I follow who's not playing Silk Song right now. Well, joke's on me. I don't know what Silk Song is. Can we edit eat a snack or redeem? No, we cannot. I refuse to have a redeem to tell me to eat. I know you want that. Hollow Knight sequel. Okay, I've never played Hollow Knight, so I don't really. I don't know. Not for me, I guess. So cool. I'm different. Yeah, I'm usually different. Oh, okay, sure. Different is good. Good. I'm glad some people think that. I'm glad. Battle X does not beat over Prevent Rat, but reinforcements will help that next time. Well, you already know Delta Root is another game I don't care about. Sora. That's a really good use of reinforcements. Wow, takes out Giselle with. I called him Giselle like I'm talking to my freaking coworker Giselle. Gazelle. That's a great way to beat out Gazelle. Is with reinforcements. Why can't I feed you with redeems? Because uh, that's not what they're for. Okay, that's not what they're for. No, the hydrate is not for feeding me, it's for making sure I drink water. You know, water? No? That's okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, yeah, Tetsuo Sasaki is another one of the stupid criminal guys. He's the guy who they were like looking for the criminal guy and they thought it was him, but it was actually Jiro. And then Jiro gets sent into a death game with Yami Yugi, and he has to like balance the lighter. Otherwise, he gets engulfed in flames and dies horribly. That's a pretty cool bit. I like that bit. What is like a food if you abstract the definition of food enough? You said us giving you water counts as feeding you, and what are you talking about? What does that mean? Giving you water counts as feeding you? It doesn't even make sense. Oh yeah, Trudge wins easily, by the way. One of us said we're hydrating you, and then one of you said to say we're feeding you instead of. Oh, when you put it that way, that definitely makes a lot of sense now. Anyway, Trudge wins. Next is Shogo Aoyama against Yami Miho. Oh god. Oh god. Another really bad matchup for Shogo. Poor kid. Poor kid never gets a fair shot. Can we get a no, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. I say no to this. Yes, you're being oppressed. I'm glad you're aware of this. They both start with Pot of Greed. The dragons kind of go hard. Witch of the Black Forest gives her Dark Elf. Snack Redeem does sound like a good thing, though. Can I change the hydrate to hydrate you with liquid butter? I am not drinking butter. That's crazy. That is crazy. What the fuck, man? I'm just gonna keep it with water mostly. Maybe just water. Oh shit, Mirror Force! Shogun's screwed! You should add a not first redeem so people who are not first can show that off. Damn it. What about liquid fat? What does that even mean? I'm gonna go crazy. This feels like a 2 years ago stream because I'm being tormented by chat. She got her boss monster! She got Cosmo Queen! Yes! Okay, that doesn't even make sense. Sora. Oh shit. Excuse me? I'm going crazy over here. I literally am diabetic. So yes, low carb. Yes. I would hope it would be diabetic friendly, Jesus. Oh shit. Yeah, me too. Me too, man. Great things. Where's Nerix? Where's Nerix when you need him? No, it can't be sweet. Okay, good bit, good bit. Saying umami instead of sweet. Good bit. I'm not commentating the game at all, but Yami Miho is destroying Shogo. He has no chance. Unless he draws red eyes here? No. Oh, no, that's just mean. Oh, he couldn't even get his metal morph out, poor guy. Oh, and there's her boss. Oh. Yami Miho destroys him. The spirit of the Millennium Puzzle. Two O's. The little boy with the red eyes, black metal dragon. Why did I just turn off chat? Keep chat. They're really important to torment me. Like Obelisk. The Tormentor. Can we have a stream where you have to eat the cards made out of peanut? What do you mean the cards? What are the cards made out of peanut? What is that? I don't even know what that is. You're just making things up? Okay, next is Seto Kaiba versus Serenity's Doctor, Kakaru. Type in Kaiba. He's not under Seto. There you go. What the fuck? Hold on, I have to read this now. Every time your opponent plays a card, you have to 3D print it using peanut butter ink. What the fuck? Sora, Sora, babe. You know, if you really knew Sora, you would know that she doesn't get high. She just consumes sugar and then says, "Wow, I had so much sugar." That explains it. She goes, "I had boba tea, so now I act like I'm high." Oh shit, he got blue eyes. He got blue eyes. Oh shit. You're screwed, Kakaru. Kakaru, I guess, has like a trap deck. Annoying deck. Oh right, he has the horses. He has the horsies and then the horse fusion. That's what Kikaru has. I'm not. No amount of points could get me to do that, Sora. That's crazy. If not eating a stick of butter. Yeah. Wait, but Sora giving me money doesn't make sense. If I pay for the butter, but Sora, Sora, you paying for it doesn't mean much because you're my girlfriend. So your money, doesn't exactly isn't really not mine if you think about it. Like that's the same money we're going to be using for rent and food together. So why would that make it better for me if it was your money? It doesn't even make sense. Wait, what is going on? You're using okay, hold on. You're using Uguchi to destroy Milus Radiant and then getting negate attacked. Truly a battle of champions right now. Blue eyes, by the way. Oh, never mind. My bad. No blue eyes. Dora offers to buy groceries and comes back with 10 pounds of butter. when when did you start wanting butter so bad? When did Butterbit come? I'm, this feels like a new thing. Yes, it is. Yes, Sora. Oh my god. I'm gonna die here. This is the last stream for my life. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, yeah. Next up is Damian Draco versus Solomon Muto. Wow. This is the last first round duel of the tournament. Damian Draco has his Metal Dragon. I noticed in the last tournament he wasn't able to summon it because I never gave him Poly. So I feel really stupid. But now he has Poly and he has Metal Dragon. His deck was actually not bad. Now he can actually summon his boss once he draws a lesser dragon. Dark Hole on Komori Dragon feels a bit far. You could have just Giant Soldier of Stone to defense position, but sure, go for that, I guess. Sure. Oh my god, Sora, 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 Sora! What the fuck? Why are you using Big Eyes Effect? Use Big Eyes Effect! I'm gonna go crazy! God! Oh my god! I'm gonna lose it, man. Oh, he got the fusion! Oh, and he summoned it to do Last Will as well. He got the Metal Dragon. Yes! Metal Dragon's awesome. I like this card. Yes, you are. Yes, you do. I know this of you. Ah. Mountain doesn't even buff Metal Dragon because it's not it's a machine, so it doesn't get buffed by your field spell, which is funny. Oh no! Oh, that's Rude Kaiser with block attack. That's a good way to get rid of that. Wow. Solomon manages to get rid of Metal Dragon. Pretty impressive. Wait, why didn't you? Oh, you wanted to. Okay. I would have just brought back the Metal Dragon, but I guess you can get another Metal Dragon, sure. Mirror Force! That's why you should have brought back the first Metal Dragon. Oh no, you're screwed. And he draws nothing. Solomon wins. Rude Kaiser for the kill. Now he has Exodia, but he also has one copy of Blue Eyes White Dragon. Which, that's what Kaiba's here for, which is kind of crazy that the seeding also put these two so close together. Because we'll get to have the fight of the Blue Eyes if Solomon wins again, which he probably will, judging by how that duel went. I mean, Damien got his boss off twice and still lost. Solomon's got a good deck. He drew nothing? He has literally no cards that he can play. His deck is probably full of Exodia, or his hand is probably full of Exodia pieces and tribute monsters. Okay, he got something. He better hope it's a Sangan or a Witch of the Black Forest. Oh, that works too. That's actually very good. Does he have Sangan or Witch of the Black Forest? I feel like he does. I feel like he has both. He just hasn't been drawing them, maybe? Oh, there's his tribute. One of his tributes, Battle Steer. Ooh, he has Crawling Dragon now. That's one of his newer ones. Not a very good one, by the way, but he has it. I guess it does get buffed. Makes you eat food when a monster is destroyed. This is a real card. What? Okay, send me. What card is this, Sora? Crawling Dragon beats over Battlesteer! And reinforcements, which I feel like was a waste. You could have waited on that one. Beats over Giant Soldier of Stone. This is fine, because now we can't tribute. He's not getting his Exodia, clearly. He's not getting a lot of draw, either. If it ever does, I would run exclusively that card. What? For that? That was such a bad tribute. Why would you do just for the defense points? You have less attack this way. Are you stupid? Oh no. Oh no. Is that Exodia? No. Okay. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it, but I feel like he's got to be close since he can't play any of his hand. Oh. Not knowing when he has it goes kind of crazy. Oh no. He can place them in any order, but it's too late. Okay. Damien wins game 2. Crawling Dragon, which apparently goes hard. Little did I know. I know, right? Well, like, he doesn't have that many tribute monsters in his deck. He has, like, a few. He has Blue Eyes, one copy. He has, like, one copy of each of his tributes. His Blue Eyes, Battle Steer, Rude Kaiser, and, like, one more. There's Sangan. That'll get him an Exodia piece. So he has Sangan and Witch of the Black Forest. He just hasn't been drawing them. There's the left arm. I feel like he had to have been like one piece away from Exodia or something. Because if he couldn't play any of those cards, he had to have been close. His deck is pretty playable, I think. A lot of monsters. He needs to draw Mirror Force or Swords of Revealing Light. I think he has. He has to draw something like that. He might have Raigeki. I'm not sure. That could be promising. That face down. I will after this duel. I will show the card on stream and analyze it. Big Eye is huge. That could get you an Exodia piece, or better, an out like a Mirror Force. That's not telling you to eat food. That's telling you to eat the card. Use food whenever a creature token you control dies. If it's represented by food, eat it. It is telling you to eat cards. The card is food. The card is not food. You're crazy. Just making stuff up. He did. With Big Eye, he got the Dark Hole, by the way. And then he got another Big Eye, but he didn't want to use this effect, which is kind of crazy. I would have used that effect. You bring your own food. It says use food to represent the token. Wait, hold on. Mirror Force, he goes crazy. Solomon goes crazy. Use food to represent the token. Oh, okay. You're right. You're right. It does say eat food. Okay, I see. You're right. My bad. This one's on me. We're Yu-Gi-Oh players. We don't read the cards. It's very true. That's exactly the case. See, I got backup now. We don't read the cards. If you gift it to your opponent and then wipe your opponent's board, you can end up feeding them. Oh my god. Yeah, like that's kind of crazy. That goes kind of crazy. Oh shit. No, I can't really relate to that one. I'm sorry. That one's not for me. What? Your opponent's deck in a paper shredder? That's awful. Why? Why? Solomon wins, by the way. That was a good duel, honestly. Yeah, this is the card, of course, which silver border cards are not legal cards and are often just silly stuff. Yeah, those are the ones Sora likes to show me. I guess that makes sense that it's not legal. Thank you for the information. Sora would never be strong enough to tell me that. Instead, Sora says you can force feed your opponent a Magic the Gathering. Mm. Anyway, our main character Miho against Karita, the gym teacher. Thankfully, I don't believe in laws. That's good. Oh, wait. No, no, don't run it back. These are not the guys. Ignore this. These are Solomon. No, no, no. Get out of here. You're not Miho. Miho versus Kurita. That's better. I better see Mystical Elf. Yeah, laws are overrated anyway, so that's good. You get rid of Yami because you don't need it. Very smart. I thought about making custom Yu-Gi-Oh cards based on Cult of the Lamb, but I realized I'm not a TCG card designer and have no idea where to begin. Yeah, that's fair. I've made custom Marvel Legendary cards that I thought were pretty good. Sora makes a lot of custom Magic cards. I've never really made custom Yu-Gi-Oh cards though. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why I've never really made Yu-Gi-Oh cards despite being on and off into Yu-Gi-Oh for like since like the dawn of time. Oh, paralyzing potion on Dark Elf. Wait, why'd you buff Wall of Illusion? What? What the heck? What are you doing here? There's so much with Yu-Gi-Oh! It's kind of hard to determine where to start. Yeah, I guess I get that. Yeah. If a creature has Denim Walk, you can only take off your clothes as a state-based action. What? They have stripping in Magic? I made custom Homestuck Magic cards at one point. I don't remember where they were or where to put them. That's pretty cool. Wait, what did you just summon? Oh, is that Inferno Hammer? In defense mode? Wait, are you the one with Inferno? No, you're the one with Reaper of the Cards. Right, right, my bad. You used it to get rid of Mirror Force. That's incredible. Oh my god, I'm sorry for underestimating you, creator. Right, Periwig is the one with Inferno Hammer. You have Reaper of the Cards. Right, right, right. I remember. Oh, you know what? Me and Sora both made custom Four Souls cards. I did make a Roxy Four Souls card that I thought was pretty cool. I liked that one. I did that at 1.2. Whoa. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I made a bunch of those. Um, Sora did on like the subreddit. She did like a horror or like Halloween event, October event. That's what it was. Where we made a card every week. So I made. That's what I did. Is I did horror cards every day. That's what it was. 31 horror movie cards. That's cool. That's cool. I don't think I did any of those. I don't remember though. It's been a while. I'm checking my Four Souls folder right now. No, these are all not what I want. These are also not where I want. Where did I put those? I don't even know where I put those. Oh, Miho wins, by the way. crazy comeback. Okay, okay, duel two, duel two. I just got added on Discord, but I can't see the name. Is this you, or is this some other random person? I can't tell. Because I'm on, like, streamer mode, so I can't see the name. Hold on, how do I need to get out of streamer mode. Please remove streamer mode. Okay, this is a different person, I see. It's not me, we're already friends on Discord. Okay, I see. Because the name starts with S, and it was just like S dot dot dot, and I'm like, who is this person? No, no streamer mode, no streamer mode. Yeah, in Birdcage, right. I do remember that. Oh, they added me because of W plays. The random person. Are we playing Hangman? What do you mean are we playing Hangman? Oh, because it said S dot dot dot. I see. The person was like, I'm from Italy and I really like your W plays drawing. I'm like, hey, thanks. Thanks, dude. Oh, he does have Inferno Hammer. I wasn't crazy. Karita has the stupid Cerberus. Or Periwig has Cerberus. You have Inferno Hammer. I get confused because it has Inferno in the name, but it's not a fire monster at all. Italian people always mentioning they're Italian. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Sam tweet. People adding me just to compliment me is so cool. I love attention. I should turn streamer mode back on because it tells people that I'm streaming. And that is pretty important usually. I just don't like that it like obscures everything on the screen. Like sometimes I just want to like stream my entire screen and show everyone all my personal information. What's so wrong with that? What's so wrong with that? Oh, she got her boss monster out, by the way. It was pretty cool. Pretty sweet. Who is Discord to tell you you're not allowed to show your credit card number on stream? That's what I'm saying. I think I should. Oh, yeah, and her boss monster got paralyzed potion, by the way. So she can't move, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Hane to bring Ancient Elf back to the hand. If she used that on Dark Magician, that would have been the fumble of all time. And by she, I mean he, because Karita is a man. Prepare the cards to destroy Ancient Elf. She has all of her elves and wins the duel. Karita is out. Both of the people who work at the school are now out. Oh, whoa. Next is Duke Devlin versus Joey Wheeler. That goes kind of hard. Okay. I'll be back 1 second for Duke versus Joey. Hello. I'm back. Hmm. Um, the person who randomly friended me on Discord said, "Hi to your viewers. Subscribe to him/her." You know, funnily enough, you got my pronouns exactly right. I'm gonna write thank you. Hi, I'm viewers. Hi, viewers. All right. Duke Devlin versus Joey Wheeler. Now, in canon, Duke Devlin captures Joey Wheeler and forces him to be a furry, which is pretty sweet lore. Um, that's not our canon, but that's a real canon. My name is Rupert. I'm viewing. That's so true. We know this to be true. Trying to set up a team for my class. Right, you're like forming the Avengers or something. It's pretty sweet. They both have battle locks, which goes kind of hard. Two battle axes beats one plus skull dice. They both have skull dice in their deck too. Joey's battle axe is overpower Duke's battle axe. However, he's got all these equips, but he's not using them. Ooh, skull dice! Oh, skull dice! Skull dice goes hard. He got all three battle axes first of all. Now he's using the equips to make it the strongest magical ghost in history. Uh-oh. If he rolls a 5 or a 6, he roll a 5! There goes your equips. However, all three battle axes are down, which is huge for Duke. Never mind. Wait, why would you take Armored Zombie and not Battle Axe? Unless you're tributing it? I guess you wanted the zombie buff? Huh, okay. You know what? That does take away part of the buff for his Shadow Ghoul. A lot of battle axes this duel. Dragon Zombie beats over it. Joey's in trouble. He might be forced to be a furry again if Duke has his way. Wait, why are they? The names are backwards. My bad. I will fix that immediately. There we go. He got a Shadow Ghoul out and he won. I mean, you can tell it's Duke. He is the zombies. Sword and Shield is so good against the zombie deck because zombies tend to have low defense. So that was a great play. Now this zombie does not. Ooh, bad roll. Bad roll. It was a good 50-50, but bad roll. Another 50-50. He does not get it. Time Wizard's gone. Yeah. Joey loves gambling. These two actually both usually run gambling decks. Which is part of why this is an interesting duel. There's not a lot of Duke's gambling cards in the game at this point in the series. But he has like Skull Dice and Graceful Dice. He generally likes dice cards because he invented Dungeon Dice Monsters. So we're in double gambling deck territory. Yeah, for real. There's Skull Dice. Did not work out, but you still overpowers Armored Lizard easily. Graceful Dice by Joey. Oh my god, they tie, and then Graceful Dice by Duke lets him beat over. Duke wins. 2-0. Joey Wheeler must be a furry now. It's canon. Great play, so true. There is Force Furry in Yu-Gi-Oh! Confirmed. Not Joey. Duke. Duke wins. Next up, Shoddy versus Yami Kane. The Spirit of the Key. Yes, he was sent to the furry dimension. It's like the Shadow Realm, but for furries. This is true. Next up, Shoddy versus Yami Kane. Stimpack goes hard. Trap hole. Nobody gets any cards. Oh yeah, both of these characters have Lajin in their deck, which is a really good card. Shoddy is basically exclusively trying to hunt down Yami Kane because he believes Yami Kane has endangered the entire world. So this is a pretty important duel. Will Shoddy get his Millennium Key back? Probably not when you got Red Eyes. Hard to beat Red Eyes. Share the Pain's one way to do it. But now you got a top deck. Oh, Yami Kane has nothing. He might have a lot of tribute monsters in his hand. Tribute to the Doomed is helpful for later. If Yami Kane does draw something, which he's not. Destroyer Golem is enough to do some damage. Yami Kane still does not draw any monsters, but he has a face down at least. Ancient Lizard Warrior and Solemn Judgment. That is a waste of like 3250 life points just to beat Ancient Lizard Warrior? Really? You must be desperate. Wow. Wow. Poor thing. Oh, you have it too. Got rid of Polly for it. You must think you can't get the fusion. That's a lot of LP for not a lot of reward. Exactly. And he's almost gone. You need something this turn. Dark Hole is something. Do you have... No, you have no card still. If he draws a monster, you lose. He draws Ancient Telescope. You are so lucky that's the worst card in his deck. You are so lucky. Oh, Yami Kane drew a card. That's huge. King of Yamamakai is a brick. But Tribute to the Doom to get rid of Yami, to get rid of the face down. It was Maneater Bug! Cardless! Oh, he has another card! It might be another Maneater Bug. Ancient Brain is something. That's a card, which is better than nothing. He does flip summon Maneater Bug, which is dangerous, but he tributes it for Summon Skull! Oh my god, Shoddy has one turn left. This is such a close duel. Cheerful Coffin does nothing here. Nothing. Yami Kane wins the duel. That was a really good one. Wow, that was close. Watching this makes me see that a lot of the anime decks seem to brick a lot. Yes. But these aren't actually anime decks because Yami Kane is a completely original character from me. And Shoddy doesn't really have this deck in the anime, but these are actually just decks with the first two sets of cards that ever came out. The first tournament I did with these characters was the first set, and this is now the first two sets. And I've built all these decks custom, so they're all kind of similar, and they have similar sort of construction. And I've managed to use like every single card that gets released. Yeah, older decks absolutely do brick a lot more than newer decks. Yes, that is true. These also aren't like competitively designed. They're more like for fun. So that's also part of it. But yeah, yeah, that is definitely true. Because the newer stuff goes hard. I've been playing a lot of Modern Master Duel, like I said earlier, and uh if you don't summon a bunch of monsters in one turn, you just lose. You just lose the game. Yeah, I have my I use an Exodia deck right now because I like my Exodia deck. It goes kind of hard. I still need a few cards for it though. I need some more super rares. By the way, Yami Kane kind of destroys him in this one. Looks like Shoddy's not getting his Millennium Key back. Eliminated by the spirit that he came to the tournament to defeat. Oh, I see what went wrong. I need to pull this up. There we go. Yeah. Then I put this up, right? Okay. For some reason, it was being difficult with me. Yami Kane wins 2-0. Purely Fiendsmith. I've had more people getting mad at me for the Purely than the Fiendsmith. I don't think I've ever even been against the Purely deck. Um, I have, I have had some Fiendsmith. I've been against some Fiendsmith. Um, I don't, but I I'm mostly into classic Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know modern Yu-Gi-Oh as much. I just know I'm learning if I'm ever against a Malice deck, I need to click surrender. I don't need to wait for anything to play out. I should just click the surrender button. Um for my mental health and my time, there's no point in humoring a Malice deck. Forming groups of 6 is just like Teapot. You have brain rot, honey. I love my brain rot girlfriend. She's so cool. Do I go with Death Pact yet again or a better name than that? I think you should go with a better name than that because Death Pact yet again makes no sense in this context, and a better name than that is funny on its own. I do like the our like group or like our like team name on W Place is like Free Smart again or Free Smart yet again, which is like makes half sense. Yeah, this is Bakura versus Jean Claude Magnum. John Claude had his crazy Earth deck Rainbow Flower beatdown because my class's group semester last semester was Free Smart again. Now it's Free Smart yet again. Since wait, I'm gonna see if we can use. Okay, sure. So yeah, I guess we're Free Smart yet again. No, the Rainbow Flower, that's the best card in his deck. You can't get rid of Rainbow Flower. Cannon Soldier to take out Prince of Sarugi. Vikora's burn deck seems to be doing the trick. Oh, he got Doma! That's his boss monster. 7 tools? That's the worst 7 tools. So this card's effect is it does 500 damage. This card says you can pay 1,000 damage to negate that. So you just paid 1,000 life points to negate 500 life points, which is a net minus 500. And Doma kills you for game. Doma goes hard. I underestimate Doma. Really, this was the correct option. Just losing 500 life points. Oh, Jean-Claude Magnum, you're more of an actor than you are a duelist. But Cora's card. Cora's hand is some of the best support in the game with no monsters. If you draw Doma, you can tribute that Mindless Radiant for Doma, which would be huge. No, you do not. You still take it, though. Just deserts for 500 burn. Luckily, there's no 1,000 burn to negate that. Phew. As you see, Change of Heart is just a quick 1,200 burn. Koji Kosi goes way harder with 2,000 attack with a boost from Mindless Radiant. Draw Doma. Cannon Soldier works, because now you can change a heart on Koji Kosi. Just deserts for 1,000 burn, and you can use Cannon Soldier to tribute Koji Kosi for damage. Why didn't you summon Cannon Soldier? No, 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 no! Oh, you could have tributed Koji Kosi! What are you doing? Oh, you played that so badly. You could have used this. They're putting the remaining people in random teams. Robot Flower ass twist. What are you talking about? So if you use Cannon Soldier's attack, you could have tributed this for 500 damage. Then he wouldn't have that monster anymore. Oh my god, you're taking it again. You drew all 3 of your Change of Hearts, but I think you're still losing. Armored Lizard puts you almost at death. You have 1 card to draw, and you already got rid of all your Change of Hearts. Yeah, that's not gonna do it for you. Did you draw a single monster this whole game? This whole duel? Yes, you drew Cannon Soldier and misplayed it. Right, of course. Alexander is the robot flower? Is Alexander on your team? Or did just nobody pick him? He rolled a 7 and our group a 6. Okay. Okay, you got it. Some good burns. Spirit of the Harp to defend your life points. Very, very good. Princess of Sarugi will do no burn right now. So you don't even play it. Ooh, kind of like that. I thought you were going to play it. No, never mind. I hate it. Should have played it. Uh-oh. Okay. Magical Ghost to take out Mindless Radiant. Just deserts, and then you and Battle Axe are on the same amount of attack. Very good plays. Actually very good. Never mind, Tribute for Battle Steer to just barely beat you. Cannon Soldier is not enough right now. Spirit of the Harp is the play I would also make. That's enough to fend off Battle Steer until that happens. Which, fair enough. I think Jean Claude's winning this one. Bakura has a good deck. He has dueled very well until these last. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. This man has Mirror Force. He's incredible. That's huge. You Mirror Forced his ace monster, Battle Steer. You have way less cards. Never mind, that helps with the cards. And Wall of Illusion is amazing. Those were good draws. That gets you no burn. That's fine because it defends your life points. That's 1500 burn, 2500 technically, since you're using Wall of Illusion as well. Wall of Illusion now can die, but you still have Spirit of Heart to defend your life points. And that's 500 more burn. You only need 1800 burn to win this duel. This could go either way. There's 800. You just need 1000 burn. If you draw another copy of or Cannon Soldier. Cannon Soldier wins you the duel, or that card that you have that does 1000 burn wins the duel. Ukazi gets you 200 away from winning the duel. Change of Heart, that gets you 400 with 800 direct. That wins you the duel. Wow. Wow. Bakura just barely beats Jean Claude Magnum. That's a good duel. They get really good in round two because you weed out the worst decks and you get left with just the best ones. And Bakura, he knows what he's doing. There's a reason he's the number 5 seed. Now, also, for some dynamics, Miho has a crush on Bakura. So you guys know. Relationship stuff. Alright, next up is Diesel Kane versus Tristan Taylor. A lot of main characters left, which I think is a good thing. It means their decks are good. And Diesel Kane is not actually a main character, but he's the main antagonist of my history, so whatever. Tristan, main character. Yeah. Miho, main character, literally ultimate main character. Duke, main character. Cora, main character. Johnny Stepster's Krieger, the winner, will not be a main character. But other than that, like, we got pretty high profile characters other than that duel. Okay, Tristan is on top. Diesel is on bottom. I think Diesel's winning this easily, personally, but Tristan does have the power to beat him. Tristan has some really, really strong monsters in his deck. I just got another random friend request. Is it W place again? Probably. So Diesel starts with 2 copies of Lajin. One of them gets Trap Hold by Tristan. Losing Ancient Brain is pretty big because that is one of the cards that gets him to his Ultimate Fusion, which kind of wrecks Diesel's deck. If Diesel gets off Trihorn Dragon, it's over. Which he's very close to getting. Tristan needs some sort of removal. Because he's not beating over this. He has no tributes for Lava Battle Guard or his other Battle Guard, Swamp Battle Guard. And M Warrior's not gonna do it. Diesel Kane clearly has the better deck here. He has one turn. Tristan has one turn. That trap card has to be like a Mirror Force. I don't even know if you have that in your deck. You probably don't. You do! Oh my god, it actually was. Wow. Okay. Okay, so Tristan has a chance. Diesel Kane has a lot of back row, so I wouldn't say we're back just yet. Blackland Fire Dragon will do 1500. He has 50 life points left. Part of the cards, will he draw something to defeat the main antagonist? He does, it gets Trap Hold. Diesel Kane wins. Wow. The back row came crazy into play. That Trap Hold did it. It's so over. That's duel one. Diesel Kane versus Tristan Taylor, run it back. He plays Ancient Brain, which, again, is not a great card to have to play because it gets him to his ultimate fusion. It gets fissured anyway. Um, he drew 5 removal cards and an 1800 monster. So this is going to be tough to beat. Getting rid of 2 copies of your Ancient Brain is really bad. Now, luckily, he's getting rid of his removal cards to do it. To get rid of these weak monsters. But he just drew Dragon Zombie, which is pretty good. I don't think Tristan is beating this. This is a really tough deck to have to beat. Diesel Kane buffed his deck a lot after the last tournament. A lot more removal. Soul Exchange is a pretty big one. He's now, granted, he's used most of his removal, but as a result, Tristan has nothing. Blackland Fire Dragon gives you 3100. You're down to 1700. You have one turn. Maneater Bug takes out M Warrior. That's a win for Diesel Kane. Antagonist moves on. 2-0 easily takes out Tristan Taylor. Even after Tristan has buffed his deck a lot, it's hard to beat Diesel Kane. Now, Johnny Steps versus Krieger is an interesting one because they both have really cool decks. So I'm actually kind of excited for this one. This is low story relevance, but heavy entertaining decks. Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't expect Tristan to beat Kane. But that was pretty cool when he drew that Mirror Force and came back. That was pretty freaking cool. That was a hype moment. I'll give you that. He really did have a chance, but throwing away his Ancient Brains and not ever being able to get his fusion out kind of ruined that. Plus he kept getting removaled. which Diesel Kane has a lot of now after his deck buff, so that's a hard deck to get over. You gotta have at least two of those kinds of matches in any tournament arc. So true. That's very true. This is a crazy hand by Johnny Steps. Okay, there's a monster. There's Sangan. Sangan will help with this hand. Muka Muka! Oh, he drew Muka Muka, and he's giving it two stim packs. That is a powerful little crab thing. Wow. 3,200 attack. Now that's going to lose 400 attack every turn. And it goes back to the hand because of Abyss Soldier's effect. Wow. Now, you can summon Muka Muka again. It'll have 2,100 because of your cards in your hand. It gets buffed for every card in your hand. But Abyss Soldier gets the effect of Umi and beats over it. Now you need to find a way to beat up Abyss Soldier. You do have Reverse Trap and Metal Morph. Two-pronged attack is useless right now because you don't have two monsters to destroy. Sangan goes away. It gives you Water Omotics. Krieger is already showing as a strong competitor. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Abyss Soldier is such a good card. To be able to discard a water monster and bring any one of his cards back to his hand is so strong because he just got rid of two equip spells by doing that. Immediately taking him out. That's a good quick duel. Johnny Steps does not have this kind of deck in the anime. He does not have a draw effect deck. He does, however, have the Musician King in the anime. But his deck is not very good in the anime. So I spiced it up by adding Muka Muka and draw effects, and I think that's made it a lot better. Yeah, yeah. Whereas Krieger is kind of like proto Mako Tsunami with these water cards. Mystic Lamp, part of one of his fusions, getting rid of that is good. Means he can't get to his fusion as easily. And you got Muka Muka again. Muka Muka is so strong. Holly! He's getting his Musician King! Yeah! He has both his bosses on the field. Effect of Witch of the Black Forest gives you Sangan. Stim pack for Muka Muka. It looks like Johnny Steps is going to win duel number 2. Last Will as well to get another card. It's another Witch of the Black Forest. He has so many effects to give him more monsters. Takes out, because of Umi's buff, takes out Musician King by 50. Aw, thanks, Sora. Thank you. It's very sweet. Muka Muka has enough to take out the Great White. And now if Sangan and Witch get destroyed, they buff Muka Muka. Yeah, Witch gets destroyed, it gets you searching another card. It's another Muka Muka! You were right about this match being entertaining? Yeah, man, these two are cool decks. I love these two. I love these two decks. I built them, but I love them. They're cool decks. Water Omotics for the win. That's 1-1. Which means next duel, whoever takes it advances in the tournament. Yeah! I'm rooting for Johnny Steps, but I think both decks are really cool. Oh my god, he drew two Muka Mukas and Mass Sorcerer. Mass Sorcerer is the one that lets you draw when you do life point damage. So if he can get Mass Sorcerer to do life point damage, he can buff Muka Muka pretty big. Yes, it will be entertaining either way. Okay. Okay, Abyss Soldier to bring Muka Muka back to the hand, but Muka Muka will be stronger if you summon it this turn. And you got a stim pack for it. Buffing it even more, getting rid of Abyss Soldier. That's a huge blow to Krieger. Uh-oh, that's not good. Now, Muka Muka will lose 200 every turn because of Stim Pack, but it gains for every card in your hand. So even though it's losing attack rapidly, you gaining cards is helping offset that. Okay, he still can't play anything. If you can flip this Mass Sorcerer up and start drawing cards with it, you can buff your Muka Mukas. Yeah, Mass Sorcerer. There he goes. He got the draw. That's another buff for Muka Muka. And he's not playing his other Muka Muka, which I think is a good play because it's saves it for if anything bad happens. You have another huge card out. Yeah, no, Johnny's playing so freaking well right now. And he can Mass Sorcerer for another card. Oh, never mind. He's playing defensively. I guess he doesn't need the card because he already has a hand full of cards. His Muka Muka is now losing attack rapidly, but he got a second one out. Draws another card, and he wins the duel. Wow, that was dominant. That was so good. It's crazy over. Ah, yeah, Johnny Steps. Yeah, that's so good. Good for him, man. Good duel. Yeah, he did. He did. He went hard. This man has potential. If he could beat Diesel Kane, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. Johnny Steps is a villain too in the anime at least. He's a very minor villain for like one episode, but he's a villain. Speaking of villains, Tatsu Trudge. I keep putting up Tetsuo. No, he's under Trudge. Yeah. Tetsu Trudge versus Yami Miho. Our protagonists. Our protagonist spirit of an ancient Egyptian queen. Yeah. Was this the same match from the semifinals of the last tournament? Was it? Well, it obviously wasn't Yami Miho, but was it Trudge versus Miho? Hold on. The last tournament ended with, yeah, it was Shoddy versus Kane and Trudge versus Miho. So this is Trudge against Yami Miho, which, not a rematch, but close? Close to a rematch? Card destruction immediately to take out all your cards. Getting rid of his Robin Goblin was an interesting play. I think I would have kept at least that card. Raigeki to destroy exclusively Battle Axe. Did you get rid of anything good? You got rid of Dark Hole and Monster Reborn. Those are pretty big ones. Hugely buffed Dark Elf. But we know he has a Fissure in his deck, or in his hand. Trudge can just Fissure that immediately. Yeah, that was interesting. But Trudge has this thing where he likes to get rid of opponents' cards. He likes to burn, like mill the deck. So card destruction to mill that. I would have used Robin Goblin though to discard from the hand. I think that would have been a good play, personally. These armed ninjas take out spell cards, but there are no spell cards to take out, so those don't even do anything right now. Heavy Storm, which gets rid of the trap hole, letting you summon your Neo free of harm. Arm Ninja does nothing because you have no spell cards right now. You already used your Heavy Storm. Miho's taking the first round unless you get a really good... He got a really good draw. That's Dark Hole. Please set your Arm Ninja. Do not play it in attack mode. Because look at that. She has a Dark Elf. Okay, good. Witch of the Black Forest letting her search for Dark Elf is pretty big for her. However, that will do 1,000 burn for her every turn just to be able to use the card. So you have an out here. Your third and last Arm Ninja will save you for a turn unless she draws another card. She draws her last Dark Elf. This does 2,000 burn to herself, but it means unless you have something to negate damage for a turn, you lose. Celtic Guardian is not enough because she has exactly enough to burn herself for 2,000 and win. With 1,000 life points left, Yami Miho wins. Trudge did get his shit rocked. This is true. The good can defeat the villain sometimes. To be fair, that's how the last tournament ended. The first tournament ended with Miho beating Diesel Kane. And that's where we get our protagonist and antagonist is Miho and Kane. He got Bistro Butcher. This card is kind of crazy because whenever this does battle damage, the opponent draws 2 cards. So that's really good for the opponent, but Grudge's deck is about milling their deck. So if he can get her deck milled out with Bistro Butcher and maybe use Robin Goblin to discard those cards that are then drawn, that could be very strong. Plus Bistro Butcher is just a good 1,800 attack. And that's a Mirror Force to take out Dark Elf, which was a huge buffed Dark Elf. Yeah, Bistro Butcher is a dangerous card. Why does my group mate talk like a BFDI character? I think you just got BFDI in the brain, babe. Swords of Revealing Light does save her for a while. Dark Hole is pretty good on Neo, because Neo is a very strong card, hard to get rid of. He now has 2 copies of Card Destruction in his hand, but he's not getting rid of them because he has Raigeki. But yeah, you could force your opponent to draw a ton of cards with Bistro Butcher, and then card destruction them all to force her to draw her entire deck, and then not be able to draw anymore and just lose the duel. Oh, that draw. Okay, she didn't draw swords, which I would have drawn swords. She drew her equip spell. Maybe she has something she can do with that. Raigeki on Mystical Elf is kind of crazy. I would have waited on that one, personally. She doesn't have anything. He's gonna go hard on her. And a Judge Man, which is his ace monster. He's not attacking with Bistro Butcher because he knows she's bricked, so he doesn't want her to draw 2 more cards. That's smart. Rogue Doll to take out Celtic Guardian, that is not enough. And he's not using card destruction because he knows she's bricked. He has all 3 copies of card destruction, and he's not using any of them. He's showing a lot of restraint to keep her bricked. He is going sicko mode. That is actually the technical Yu-Gi-Oh term. Sicko mode. He drew Robin Goblin, which makes it a lot safer. Oh, she used her Magician of Faith right this time to get Swords of Revealing Life. Swords of Revealing Light. Yeah. That's going to stop him for 3 turns unless he gets something to get rid of it, which helps with Miho's brick situation. Ignore that I just flashed the screen on and off for a few seconds. That face down could be dangerous, considering how good Mio's deck is. Arm Ninja can take out swords. She doesn't have any monsters. That could be a Mirror Force, or the game could just be over. Arm Ninja takes out the face down as Mirror Force! You can't attack. I hope you know, since you saw that's Mirror Force, you know you can't attack, right? Oh no. Oh no, Dark Elf. But she has so little life points that Dark Elf can only attack one more time. She puts her whole hand, yeah, her whole field in defense mode. He puts his whole field in defense mode, I should say. Oh my god. Soul Exchange. She's gonna summon Cosmo Queen. That's Cosmo Queen. That's her boss. Trap Hole gets rid of her boss monster. Using all those resources just to get her boss taken out from below her with a Trap Hole. Reinforcements could be huge. Dark Elf can only have one more attack. And there it is. She is down to 800 life points. If Trudge can find a way to deal 800 damage to her, he wins. It could go either way. Absolutely right. Bistro Butcher with Robin Goblin, but it baits the Mirror Force out. So now he no longer has the Mirror Force, but he is wide open. And his other card is Reinforcements, which will not help him on this turn. If I was him, I would be using my card destruction to search for a better card. And he's not doing it. I would have got rid of all three of those cards, hoping for something better, because you lose the duel now. That was close. You have one turn. You have one turn. 200 life points. It's 200 to 800. You have to use card destruction. You have to. And he doesn't do it. Miho wins. That's a close duel. I mean, there's a reason Trudge got top 4 in the last tournament. He summons her boss monster, Cosmo Queen, for the kill. It was not a given. Absolutely not. That could have gone either way. Very, very good duel. That's 2-0 for Yami Miho, but Trudge put up a damn good fight. Now, the last duel of round 2, Seto Kaiba versus Solomon Muto. The Battle of the Blue Eyes. These are the only two people to possess the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Gotta go for lunch. See ya. See ya. Thank you. I like when you're in my stream. You're awesome. Heart. Okay. Seto Kaiba. Solomon Muto. Start duel. Seto owns 3 copies of Blue Eyes. Solomon owns the 4th copy. Seto Kaiba wants more than anything to be the owner of all 4 copies of Blue Eyes. And look, there's one of them. Wow, what a shock. Tributing Witch of the Black Forest to search for an Exodia piece to get Battle Steer. Very strong move. Mirror Force, however, takes out Battle Steer immediately. If you can draw a Flute of Summoning Dragon, no, you could have got Blue Eyes out. But you're trying to do it the old-fashioned way, I understand. Kind of a crazy hand full of bricks and a heavy storm, but those bricks could easily turn into Blue Eyes play. There's your second Blue Eyes. Heavy Storm to make sure it gets on the field without a hitch. Very smart. You use Judge Man. You're playing conservatively. You know if you draw a Flute of Summoning Dragon, you can get out Lord of D. He draws a second Exodia piece. Is he going to take out another Judge Man? He is. Double Judge Man. Sangang gets you another Exodia piece. It's Exodia versus Blue Eyes. Tale old as time. He has one turn to collect the pieces of Exodia and win the duel. If that is a Witch of the Black Forest or a Sangan, he can do it. If not, he's in trouble. He gets the Flute of Summoning Dragon slightly too late. It's Big Eye, again, slightly too late. Kaiba wins. Duel 1. He did not summon his Blue Eyes, even though he could have. He played it conservatively. He drew his Flute of Summoning Dragon slightly too late. But he won. So it doesn't matter. He has another hand where he just needs Flute of Summoning Dragon. But he could Soul Exchange for Judge Man easily. Which he does. In defense mode for some reason. I guess it's because you have negate attack, so it doesn't matter. So that's fine, I guess. I would have done attack mode, though. Solomon has lots of back row right now. Mirror Force takes both cards out. Pretty huge to get one of his Judge Mans out of the way. Those were very strong last time. Big Eye goes in. Negate. Attack. Does its job. I assume you're going to Dark Hole here, to be honest. Yep. Maybe a D-Spell after that. See what he's got in the back row. Yep. Castle Walls, not really important. Castle Walls is just a stall card to get more Exodia pieces. He drew nothing. Kaiba drew something. Again, just needs the Flute to get out Blue Eyes. And Soldier of Stone beats Overlord of D. If he can draw Judge Man, he could Tribute. He could draw Battle Ox, that would be huge. Mirror Force is pretty good. Might be a waste to use now, but... Oh, he didn't use it. Good on him. Didn't expect that. I'm impressed. Good job. I thought he would waste Mirror Force. The Totsumi Giant, not strong enough. Now, 2. Yeah, I can see you Mirror Forcing. Yep. That's pretty good, because those are very strong defensive monsters. Getting those out of the way is a very good thing. Another D-Spell, now you can check the other one. It's Fake Trap, which doesn't really do anything in this scenario. What's Fake Trap? So Fake Trap is a trap that if they remove a trap, it has to be Fake Trap. Like it basically protects your real traps, kind of. If they play Mystical Space Typhoon to get rid of your Mirror Force, they get rid of Fake Trap instead. By the way, Kaiba just got off Blue Eyes. And that was the worst use of stop defense I've ever seen. Blue Eyes directly. Solomon has one turn to assemble Exodia. One turn. That could be something to win the duel. Could be. We'll see. What do you have in that back row, Solomon Muto? Nothing. Kaiba wins 2-0. Kaiba out blue eyes is the blue eyes. That brings us to round 3 of the tournament. Which is the top 8. Miho, Duke, Yami Kane, Bakura, Diesel Kane, Johnny Steps, Yami Miho, and Seto Kaiba. The only non-main character left is Johnny Steps. Next up, Miho versus Duke Devlin. The winner of the first tournament against Duke Devlin. The winner of having a zombie deck. Because, you know, the other guy, Tomoya, who has a zombie deck, gave up his spot to Suzoji, who lost in the first round. Not a good move by Tomoya, but, he got convinced. That Mirror Force is going to be pretty tough to beat. Waboku gets you a turn of being safe. I don't know why you didn't use Mirror Force, but I don't hate it. I like that you didn't use Mirror Force. I'm not used to the AI playing conservatively like that. Because now you'll summon another card, and now the Mirror Force is way stronger. Which is way better. I just wasn't expecting it. Now, do not flip summon your mystical elf, please. Okay, there. Never mind. You already done it. Miho goes in hard for damage. Duke is in trouble. I'm hungry. I wish you could feed redeem me. Me too, Sora. Me too. I'm also hungry. Duke has one turn. Hi, Nerix! Hi! Earlier in the stream, I asked where you were. Because they were tormenting me. I was watching some anime. I mean, that's fair. How are you? I am very good. Having a great time. I work tonight, but before I work, tournament. I found a job. Um, I've had this job for a year now. Yeah, I work at Starbucks. I'm a barista. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I've had this job for a year. I'm a trainer now as well. I'm gonna train tomorrow, which is pretty cool. I like training. Yeah, like training new baristas to do the job. He got out a zombie ghoul, a shadow ghoul with sword and wasteland. Okay. Okay, he might actually be able to beat Miho. He has a chance. What kind of train? Like the kind you do to a person. Fissure gets rid of Shadow Ghoul. Duke has no outs. Miho wins 2-0. Easily. And she wants to do it with her ace Dark Magician. I see her into Yu-Gi-Oh now? Yeah. Yeah, that's the current hyperfixation. I've always been into Yu-Gi-Oh on and off, but it's currently the hyperfixation, yeah. That is for true. Okay. Yeah, yeah, pretty much only Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah. That's very true. Bottom left. Bakura. A main character versus a main villain. Bakura versus Yami Kane. Yes, it is on Steam, I believe. Yeah, if you want your phone to explode. But only if you want your phone to explode, really. So, you know, your mileage may vary. He's going for burn immediately. Maneater Bug takes out Cannon Soldier. I see that hand, though. That's a good hand. If you can get Change of Heart, that would be huge to tribute Dark Elf. Never mind. You're just using everything immediately. Doesn't seem like a game that I would like. Yeah, me neither. He did get the Change of Heart. Why didn't he? Okay. Why don't you just attack it and then use Fissure if it. Okay. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Now you can Change of Heart into Doma. And having Dark Elf actually makes you burn a lot faster. So Bakura might have your number. I'm kind of behind with the Amethyst lore. Dante is a character from Limbus Company, not Amethyst lore. There's not exactly a lot of Metro lore, don't worry. Other than I have a job. I guess maybe there is some Metro lore. I'll give you Metro lore. Sinclair is Limbus and Amethyst. This is true. This is for true. Sydney's boyfriend. This is burn. This is 500 burn. Which right now you need every single point of burn you can get because you are going to die if you don't burn. Quick and Nagito is not something big? Yeah, I guess there's something big. Change of Heart before wins the duel. Never mind Solemn Judgment! If but if Kane summons one more monster, Bakura wins. Tweak is big if that counts. Yeah. Oh! You're one! Oh my god. I forgot most of y'all. What does that mean? Oh god. Okay, yeah, I will stretch. That's actually a good redeem right now. I do need that. Genuinely, like, I haven't been stretching very well. And work has been killing my legs. So I do need that. Thank you. You're right. Stretch stream is pretty cool. Sora admitted to me that she cheated on the streams and just gave you more points. Um, which is awful. Yeah, she gave extra points to make it so we could stretch more. You did too? You both. What's wrong with you people? I can't believe this whole time I never knew. And both of you were doing that. What the fuck? That's kind of crazy. Who do you think taught nerds? What's wrong with you two? Why are these my mods? And 113,000 points. Why did I trust you people? I can't. That's crazy. What the fuck, man? Guys. Oh god. I was wondering how you guys had so much. I had to make the point redeem super big, and it didn't even matter because you kept doing it. That's so stupid. Yes, that's a lot. Yes. Since my points spent were 3 times more than earned. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I just said it was a glitch. That's not a glitch. Nami Kane got Black Skull Dragon! That's his boss! 3,200! I could make it 140 stretches. That's crazy. Well, now if you redeemed 140 stretches, I would not do them all. Because I've grown as a person. As much as it was very funny, I would not do. Oh! That was the greatest play in existence. He managed to take out both with Change of Heart. Oh my god. Bakura is the greatest. If he actually takes out Yami Kane here, I will be so impressed. Wow, that was such a good play. Ukazi for 800 more burn. He's not even playing Princess of Tsurugi because he wants to burn. There's 500. A Dark Elf burns for 1,000. Okay. That negates the flip, but you get 1,500 for... Never mind, only 1,000 because of 7 tools. Honestly, maybe a good use of 7 tools because the burn matters a lot right now. That Man-Eater bug could be trouble. You're down to 2,500, but 4 is down to 3,000. Wow, 393. See, this is better. I like this better. Ukazi is not a great draw. If Man-Eater... Never mind. I was gonna say if Man-Eater bug crashes into that, you could get some more burn. But instead, you lose. Hydrate? So true. Thank you, thank you. I'm rooting for Bakura. I am. I hope he wins. Hydrate? Okay, okay, okay. I hear ya. I know, I know. Yes, you made me make all the points way bigger. I know. Soul Exchange for Summon Skull. If you can get that out with Cannon Soldier, that'd be huge. I guess you could Dark Hole it too, but you could have Cannon Soldiered that, right? Yeah, 1,200. Could have easily Cannon Soldiered that. Oh, okay, never mind. I see the play. I see the play. That's very good. I think you're gonna win. I think Bakura is winning. Cannon Soldier tributes itself for 500 burn. Korra could win at any second now. Maneater Bug takes out Summon Skull. Please set Princess of Sarugi. He's not setting it. He wants to burn too badly. That's a misplay. Dark Elf does give you 1,000 burn, but if only you had a Princess of Sarugi to protect your life points while doing it. Maneater Bug is huge. Maneater Bug is a dual winning game. Isaac stream soon? I don't know. Maybe. If you're lucky. Okay. Getting rid of Dark Elf is good, but it would have been better to get rid of Lajin in the long run. Test stream soon? Absolutely not. No. I refuse. What do you mean, oh right? No, do not ask Tigerson bad. That was a nightmare. You should try high on life. What does that mean? Oh. Oh, these Princess of Sarugis could actually... Oh! No, wait, that doesn't help. Wait, why'd you use Ryoku like that? That's a weird use of it. Okay, I won you the duel. Never mind. I think that you will love it. Maybe. Okay. Well, Bakura tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. He was so close. He was so close to beating Yami Kane. He won the first duel so well. I was so proud of him, and he did so well. Oh, I put him in as the winner, but he's not the winner. Kane won. Which means Yami Kane versus Miho is pretty cool. That is a pretty cool one. Who were those? Is really funny. Next up is Diesel Kane versus Johnny Steps. There's a Miho and a Kane in every single match right now. These are technically two villains. Hello, Metro and Amethyst. Just call me Avery, man. Yeah, probably. Also, hi. I mean, you've talked to Sora since. That is kind of crazy, though. I don't know. I liked your unban request, so I unbanned you. Shrug. Plus, I like you being in my stream. I think it's nice. Fissure for Muka Muka. No, I really... Wait! Tryhorn Dragon. You're gonna Soul Exchange, aren't you? Yeah, that's probably even better. Oh, you're Heavy Storming, too. It's kind of overkill. Heavy Storm was really, really badly used there. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Nerix. Bro processed it. Yes, that is from Sora's system, yes. This is true. Yes, bad is from my system. Yes. Stim pack on Trihord, right? Wait, no, why'd you attack with Trihord? You could have won the duel that turn. Can I see my unban request again? No, I don't think so. I already redeemed it. I don't remember. I don't know. I already accepted it, like, forever ago. I loved this card as a kid. Fissure? Yeah, Fissure's a good one. Very true. Oh, that's some back row. Johnny Steps has some back row. Muka Muka, not great. Back row does not save you. Tryhorn Dragon gets in the kill. Yeah, Fissure is a good one. Yeah, these are all decks made up of the first two booster packs to ever be released. So it's only the first two sets of cards ever released in all of these, almost all these decks. There's like two cards that aren't in the first sets. And they're only cards that a specific people have. Posture check? I'm literally laying down. You know, whatever, I'll posture check. I'm literally laying down. As much as I love Johnny Steps' deck, he is in extreme danger. He needs to find a way to beat that Trihorn Dragon. It's a really hard card to beat. It's one of the strongest cards in the game right now. Sangan is good. Gets you Water Robotics. You don't know why you were banned? If you asked why you were banned, then I would not have accepted your friend or unbanned request. Um, you can DM Sora about why you're banned, why you were banned. You should absolutely know why you were banned. Yeah, for real. Just DM Sora about it. I don't want to talk about it in the stream chat. That's not stream material. That's not content. Next up is Yami Miho versus Kaiba, and if Yami Miho wins, then it will be Miho Kane all the way down. It's kind of crazy. Yes, that is not good lore. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. I appreciate it. If Miho wins this, then both of the semifinals are going to be Miho versus Kane, and then the final is going to be Miho versus Kane. Or well, no, I guess the final could be either way. Okay, thank you, Nerix. Discarding the book to get rid of Hitotsumi Giant, kind of a waste of cards. Soul Exchange for Judge Man. Gets rid of Magician of Faith. That's a really good use of that. Terrible Mystical Elf play. E-spell shows you that's mirror force. You got to be very careful. You're not being careful. You're just letting it kill you. You should not have summoned Lord of D. You knew it was mirror force. Or you could have just attacked the Lord of D, or just Judge Man. Like, okay, whatever. Kaiba, you need to draw something. Please. What does that mean, Nerix? What did you lie about? Oh, that was just a trap hole on Cosmo Queen. Holy shit. Kaiba has a chance. I don't know. Okay. Okay. I understand, Nerix. That's good. That's good that you are not getting banned twice. Thank you, Nerix. I appreciate. I genuinely want you here. I like you. I like you, and I want you here. And I missed you. Heavy storm on negate attack, kind of overkill. Yeah, your English is probably better. Yeah, I always thought your English wasn't bad though. He just got out Cosmo Queen again. He needs to get rid of that. He needs to get rid of that. Or if he gets Lord of the, he can beat over it with Blue Eyes. Never mind. Never mind. Really? Yeah, I would say so. If he could get Soul Exchange, he could get rid of it. That's funny, Nerix. You do have a tendency to talk in an extremely funny way, where everything you say is funny. So I understand. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Holy shit, she got two Cosmo Queens, she won. He didn't kill that. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like you. Yeah. She destroyed him. The two Cosmo Queens goes crazy. She's never broken out two at the same time before like that. Wow. You're fine, Nerix. It's okay. It's funny and you're getting better. Yeah, misspelling is normal. That happens. English speakers do that. You just go to Cosmo Queen. Are you gonna monster report it? You are. I don't even know if embarrassed is spelled like that. Actually, it is. So good job. I believe so, right? I actually that's one I always have to like second guess when I think about it. Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, good job. Oh no. Please draw Soul Exchange. You need Soul. You're Judge Man. You need Judge Man. That's not Judge Man. Kaiba might be done for, and we're gonna have an all Miho Kane finals. There's a reason these are our main characters. Can you explain yourself? Do it in DMs if you want to explain yourself, please. Please. Because I don't want that in my chat, please. You can, okay, you can DM me. You can DM me. Hold on. Let me go to my block list right now. There you are. I literally don't have you blocked. I don't have you blocked. I just checked. Add me as a friend. There you go. You can DM me now. Yeah, it's because we weren't friends. I did not have you blocked. I never had you blocked. This is just not true. Final four. Miho. Kane. Kane. Miho. Awesome. I am very curious to see how this goes. Okay, first of all, Miho versus Yami Kane. Hold on. I'm sorry, here's the screen. Here's the screen. I was trying to get pictures. There you go, pictures. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Nerix. I appreciate that. Genuinely good DM. Thank you. I do think your English being better helps a lot. I can tell. It's noticeable, yeah. It is. Absolutely. Because I feel like you can explain yourself better when you talk now. And things are more coherent. You still sometimes say some things. I'm like, what are you talking about? Um, but I'm looking over your messages and they're mostly like normal. They're mostly normal. You're just, I think the way you talk is just inherently funny because you're you. You know, like some people will speak broken English and they won't be like funny about it like you, but you're just like funny. You're just like a funny guy, mostly. Hey, Rupert, welcome back. Miho destroyed Yami Kane, which is kind of crazy. You'd think the spirit would be much stronger. But Yami Kane almost lost to Bakura. So Yami Kane versus Bakura was the like the best duel. That was so cool. Soul Exchange to get out Summon Skull. That's a terrible move because Ancient Elf can just beat over it. Or I guess Dark Hole. I get it, you're scared, but it's Summon Skull. That's the only one tribute he has. You should know that. You If you're in the tournament, you should know that by now, that that's his one tribute monster. You've seen enough of his deck to know that that's Summon Skull. Dark Elf is pretty rough, but Mystical Elf will counter it pretty well. Why'd you do that? That was a stupid move. That's metagaming. That's illegal. That's illegal to know a person's deck? Okay. Yeah, I guess that's illegal. That's good to know, though. Thank you for telling me. Okay, so if she keeps these two mystical elves on the field, she can summon Dark Magician. However, he got Red Eyes out first, which means you need Soul Exchange to get out Dark Magician. You must erase your memory every time you enter a match. You know, that's actually accurate to how the AI works now that I think of it. So, yeah, yeah, you're right. That's rough. He attacked in the exact right order too. They might go 1-1. Pot of Greed, that lets you draw two cards. They're both bricks right now. If you draw a Neo, you could only get up to 20. No, you'd be up to 2,500. If you draw a Neo, you can beat Red Eyes. Please draw a Neo. Heart of the Cards. Heart of the Cards, draw a Neo now. Sorcerer of the Doomed. 1950. No, that's not enough. Okay, so Yami Kane wins Duel 2. A lot of Red Eyes animation that you don't normally get to see. Are you gonna make more tournaments? Like for this? Like I'm doing right now? Because absolutely, yes. I have this I have a lot planned for this series. He got Black Skull Dragon out, but it immediately gets tributed for Dark Magician, which is kind of crazy. His big boss got tributed for her big boss. Tribute to the Doom gets rid of Dark Magician. Why'd you get rid of Maneater Bug for that? Used to make like tournaments where Oh, you mean Grant Steel? Oh, I've actually been doing some of those on the Discord server. I haven't done them for a little bit, but there's a bunch in the Discord server. You're welcome to join the Discord since you have atoned for your sins. I respect that. You've owned up. and you've said you wouldn't do it again, and that's really all I ever wanted. You've done it, so you are unbanned. Who's the last winner? Go check. Miho wins, by the way. That was kind of awesome. Hold on. Metric word. Ah, you are not banned. You have atoned. Thank you for your service. Miho wins. She might win another tournament, but the next duel is Diesel Kane versus Yami Miho. Will we have the exact same finals, or will we have a Miho mirror match? It could go either way. I'm putting Yami Miho on the bottom because she's protagonist, and I think it makes more sense to have protagonist on the bottom and villain on the top. I wonder when Rally will be in a tournament. If I keep doing um the other series I was doing where it's Metro Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, then I would put Rally in one. But I haven't been doing that lately. Because my mind is very focused on this. If I get time to do that, Rally will be in one soon. If I keep doing this series more, in this series, Rally is far away from being in. No, Rally is a Yu-Gi-Oh character. He is from Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds. Oh my god, that was a crazy heavy storm. Miho is going hard. Will Miho always beat a Kane? Say that again. Miho is the GOAT. This is true. That's why she won the last tournament. By the way, insane dark hole. Miho is in trouble. However, she has Magician of Faith. That will get her back Monster Reborn, probably, which she would then use on Komori Dre? Maybe not. Maybe Heavy Storm? Yeah, Heavy Storm. There aren't very good targets for Monster Reborn right now, as good as that would be for her. What happened with the applesauce person? You mean Apple Clouder? Neo, by the way, beats over. Very good draw. Yes. Apple Clouder is still in the server. Oh, okay, I see. Been a real empty field game, yeah. Yeah, because they've been removing each other. You're right, absolutely. They've had Dark Hole and Heavy Storm, which basically clear the entire field. I mean, Heavy Storm clear all spells and traps. Dark Hole clear all monsters. I mean, yeah, we're gonna have a clear field. Ooh, that's rough. Tribute to the Doom can get rid of that though. I wouldn't have gotten rid of Soul Exchange for it, but I get it because you need Rogue Doll on the field. So I understand. Yeah, real unfortunate. That's true. That's for true. And speaking of empty field, yes, what is the important question? Yes. Another heavy storm. Removal the game. No, I have not watched Bocce. That's a Kiko thing. If you want to talk about Bocce, talk to Kiko. Kiko's name right now on Discord is Bocce. So, you know. I like you joining the Discord and saying, I'm so back, chat. That's good. That's good stuff. Pot of Greed! This lets me draw two cards. Now they are equal in terms of card advantage. I've been rewatching stuff with Sora mostly. South Park, Death Note, you know, things I like. The Genius. Yeah, yeah, the Discord's not really active anymore after you left. You make it active, Sora makes it active. Apple has been not active anymore, really. Frankie was gone and came back recently. I don't know. People are coming back, so maybe things could come back. This is a crazy back and forth duel. Who was Frankie? Frankie, we dated. Toad. You call them Toad all the time? Yeah. Yes. Yes, you would call them Toad-chan. That was kind of a crazy double soul exchange play to get out Trihorn Dragon, by the way. No, we are not still dating. Hormone induced downward spiral? Well, I hope the spiral goes back upwards. No, I'm sorry, Nerix. Um, I'm just dating Sora, and Frankie's just dating Dex. Me and Frankie still live together for now. Oh my god, and a fissure. Kane wins duel one. That's duel one, right? I think so. What happened with the other system? What other system? The Cookie Run Kingdom one. Apple? Going through a second puberty kinda sucks. This is true. I can confirm. It does suck. Worth it in the long run? Well, yeah, of course. Yes. You're fine. Don't worry about it, Sora. I understand. You got school. Do your thing. By the CRK system, do you just mean Apple? I don't like, what do you mean by that? The one you were dating? Sora? Sora was okay. Wow. Wow. You're fine. I have a white lily cookie. Sora was never dating a white lily cookie other than me, but I understand that she may have acted like that. I'm the only white lily cookie. The White Lily Cookie fan club is Sora. Yes, I know. Okay. That's good that you know. Yeah, she did, but it was one she didn't talk too much. That is true. And it was one that was never in the Discord server. So I never knew them, personally. Please don't kill yourself, maybe. Just maybe. The school dice? Oh, it's a bad roll. Why do you have Duke Devlin cards now? A Dragon's on me and Skull Dice? What are you doing? Dice moment, yeah. For real. Neo going in. Kane has one turn. What is Knuckle Bones? Why didn't you Heavy Storm? Oh. Because you wanted the attack boost? You don't need the attack boost. School starts soon? Yeah, that'll happen. Can you stream Knuckle Bones? I don't know what that is! Why would you... That is a waste of Magician of Faith. That is a complete waste. Raigeki. Didn't matter. You didn't even have anything. Please draw something. That is not something. Oh. Knucklebones is a dice minigame in Cult of the Lamb. I will never be streaming Cult of the Lamb. This will not happen. I'm sorry to break it to you. Kane just won. Wait, who won the first one? I gotta, like, actually look at the stream. I gotta, like, look back at the stream. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not streaming anything I shouldn't be. Cancel Kane for killing women. Yeah. Yeah, he would. That sounds in character for him. Pretty sure Kane won the first round. That's what I thought too. I just like forgot genuinely. Thank you though. I appreciate the checking my work. You're right, you're right. Kane won both. That's kind of crazy. Because that means that the finals are going to be the same exact finals from the first tournament. The number 1 and 2 seed, Miho Nosaka versus Diesel Kane. What? We got the same finals? You hope Kane wins this time? Diesel wins? Oh my god. What? That's kind of crazy because there's all these new characters with really strong decks. Every single person had their deck updated with new booster packs of cards, and we still got the same final two. This is why these two are the main characters. Diesel is a tough name. I really like Diesel Kane. I think he's a cool character, which is why I'm using him so heavily in this series and giving him like Rhyhorn Dragon and stuff like that. So I genuinely really like him as a character. I wish Miho as well was used more because Miho was abandoned after the original Yu-Gi-Oh anime, the season 0 anime, and she wasn't used after that. But she was a main character in that anime, even though she was only in one chapter of the manga ever and was such a small part. But yeah, Miho's like one of my favorite characters, so I use her a lot. That's why I'm using her a lot, I should say. And because she won the first tournament, this alt universe is called Mihojo as as a dichotomy to Yu-Gi-Oh, because Yu-Gi-Oh means king of games. Mihojo means beauty queen or queen of beauty, beautiful queen, something like that. I changed the spelling of Joe so it fit more with the Yu-Gi-Oh title, but I gave it meaning. Yeah, Discord doesn't have a lot. I mean, the Brand Steel channel has stuff, but yeah, we haven't used the Discord a lot. Soul Exchange to get out Trihorn. You can check the channels, yeah. It looks like Kane might actually be beating Miho this time around. We might have swapped. It might be Kane beating Miho this time. Why didn't you use Waboku? You just lost. Kane wins duel one. Oh, it might be going the other way around. The holder of the Millennium Key versus the holder of the Millennium Puzzle. And Miho starts the game with two bricks in her hand. Not a good sign, but she could soul exchange for them if she manages to draw that. Negate attack. It's annoying. Let's Kane set up. If he has a soul exchange, he can go hard with that. Oh, Man-Eater Bug is huge. Crap Hole is also huge. No, I don't know what that is, Nerix. It doesn't. Judging by name alone, it doesn't sound for me though. It doesn't sound like it's for me. She drew her third brick. Miho is pretty screwed. She drew all three copies of her Dark Magician. Yeah, three copies of Dark Magician. Frankie would love the game. Why? It's all 1500, but she's gonna now tribute for Dark Magician. So, no longer a brick. She can give it the book. Okay, that's fair, I guess, Nerix. Now Kane is in trouble. Trap Hole. Pretty good, if only you had that for the Dark Magician. Don't say slurs, Nerix! That's what. Wait, what is that? What does that mean? I don't know what that word means. The feeling of being unbricked is unmatched. So true. I'm always saying this. See, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, Rupert. I was like, that's like a city, right? Okay. Okay, I'm glad I'm right. Kane's got some good stall going on. If he can get a Raigeki or something. Actually, has he? Did he already play Raigeki? No, he can still get it. If he lives, which he won't, Miho takes game two. It's 1-1. Okay. That's stupid, Nerix. I will hydrate. Final duel of the tournament, Miho versus Kane. Rematch from the first tournament. Who will win? Will it be Miho again or will it be Kane this time? Good versus evil. She really did. She drew all of her two tribute monsters and she won, which is kind of crazy because that's like such a bad hand. Kane will win IMO, maybe. Oh, that's a good sign. That's a good sign for Kane to get rid of that immediately. Two good traps though on Miho's side. Heavy Storm gets rid of the two good traps. Waboku still does its effect, but all that saves is some life points. La Jin is huge. That's hard to get over. Kane is ahead. Nothing in her hand gets over that. Giving Kane huge advantage. Blackland Fire Dragon and La Jin direct damage. Miho needs a crazy heart of the cards moment to come back here. Waboku buys her a turn. Which anything to buy her a turn is good right now. Soul Exchange? That's Trihorn Dragon. That's his boss. He can't attack because of Soul Exchange, but he gets his boss out. She draws Soul Exchange. That means if she draws Dark Magician, she can tribute Trihorn Dragon for it. But she only has one turn to do it. Never mind, Raigeki gets rid of that chance. Normally I'd say Raigeki is overkill, but that was actually smart to get rid of her chances to tribute. Yami does nothing. That's a brick. He I think he's done it. I think he has changed history and won the second tournament. He did it. Yep, he lost the last tournament. And you're absolutely right. He buffed his deck like crazy and was like, that's not happening again. Your winner, Domino City Champion. With this is a bigger tournament than the other one too. Miho won the Domino High tournament. This is the Domino City tournament Diesel Kane won. That's huge. Your winner, Diesel Kane. Awesome. Some more stats. I really like how this tournament went. I think it's kind of crazy how the story like story beats keep happening when I'm not trying to make them happen. Like the rematch, and with the fact that it was them both beating the spirits of their Millennium items in the semifinals and then going against each other and having it go the complete other way around in the finals was so cool. Fun tournament. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It was a very good one. I like this a lot. Yeah, so this is why I like this series in particular that I'm doing, because I'm making my own story and then making my own decks, and everything fits into its own story, and it manages to fit very well on its own. We have like Solomon versus Kaiba was kind of crazy, and then like Shoddy versus Kane here, the whole semifinals. Like, there's so many story beats that just happen on their own, and that's kind of how the first tournament was too. So I'm gonna keep doing that. I already have the third tournament planned out. I will see you when I do that. All right. Thank you for coming. Bye, chat. I appreciate you, and I will get another one ready for the future. Love you guys. Bye.